Hello, and welcome back to some programming. Hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. So this is a bit of a fun one. This is my weekend normally, and I'm normally pretty strict about not streaming on the weekend, but I thought, because I decided to take a break midway through the week, and I kind of wanted to stream 5 days a week this week, worked out. So here we are. Oh, and realistically speaking, I'm going to say this very openly, if I wasn't streaming today, I'd just probably end up doing game programming anyway and design stuff, so might as well stream it, right? Like, genuinely. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking over some stuff, getting some things sorted out while we getting going. There we go. Alrighty. So, now, to start off the day, we're actually not going to be doing programming. It's funny. I know, it's a programming stream, but we're not going to be doing programming. I'm going to be finishing off something that I was just working on yesterday that we might do some experimentation with today, depending on if it gets done. So, in the characters stuff, we've talked about this before in very, very brief sense about the concept of using characters having character skins. Right. And I've always been kind of flaky about it, but I've always kind of talked about how, yeah, it's an intended feature, but it was fairly, like, not high priority because I was too busy working on everything else. Well, now that we're kind of at a point where most weapons just need visual updates, less than functionality tweaks, and so on and so forth, I decided we're finally at the point where we should probably start actually working on those. So, I did an update for Iron Mouse, visually speaking, in the game. I'll pull up the game to show what she looks like in-game, but then I'll show up the assets for it shortly. Because her model has gone through multiple reworks in its time, but for the most part, the reworks that it went through weren't massive. It was also a foundational one, but here you go. This is our new kind of base Iron Mouse little model. It's a lot more bouncy now, which is the big thing that I kind of like. The horns move around a little bit because I thought that was kind of cute because they do on her models typically. And yeah, I mean, like, the tail's literally ripped from the original. A lot of this is still just ripped from the original, just slightly tweaked up into a bit more of the standard that we've got across the board now. So I actually think it came out pretty decently. Also, her hair, I think, looks a lot better, because if we have a comparison point, this is what it was, and then this is what it is. I think that looks a lot better, personally. Like, I'm actually a lot more happy with this. And this is kind of why I say, like, there's a lot of characters I need to be just going through and kind of doing these updates too as time goes on. This wasn't actually too bad of a task to get done. Ironically enough, I think the run animation took the longest, but yeah, like, you can kind of see that pretty much nothing really actually changed between the designs. That was one of the best parts of it. The hair is actually the thing that took the longest by a long shot. Because we had, not only did we, like, make it different, but we also animated a little bit. So with that being the case, I decided to finally introduce skins. Now, at the moment, we only have the idle done for the first skin. We'll do the run animation now, but this is the first skin. It's her Season 3 model. So the first one's her Season 2 model, and you can make an argument there of why is the Season 2 model her base model. I would argue it's her most iconic base design. At least for me, when I visualize Iron Mouse, that's the first outfit I think of. This one, it's not that I don't think about it, it's that, like, if I think for longer and think on different outfits, this is fairly high up on the list. Now, I will openly admit this is... So, the reason I chose this skin is actually a little bit of a cop-out to that statement that I just made. So, if anyone actually remembers, there is a Iron Mouse model index. She has plenty to choose from. Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I decided if we're doing skins, Iron Mouse is going to be the first one that we kind of tackle. But yeah, so we've got the models index here. Once it actually loads. Here we go. And I'm not kidding. By the way, I haven't actually fully looked into her new one, the Ultimate Delinquent one. It looks really cool though, from what I've seen. I need to actually look at some videos. But I did this. I did popularity. And if you look, Season 3 is the third most popular. Now, why did I choose it the third most popular? It's actually a very simple answer, and this is kind of a cop-out, like I said. Angel form would probably require floating animations, because I don't think it would actually look good if I made it her walking animation on this outfit. I think the beauty of this outfit would be that it's not on the ground. Okay, so that's a bit of a problem. That means we're going to be doing a massive shift on the stuff, and I didn't really feel like doing that. Genuinely, that is the reasoning. Then what about Underworld Goddess? Kind of same argument. I feel that this one, I'm going to have to approach it weirdly because I'm not going to like the run animation no matter what. Because this is a skin that does not look like it would be running. Right? I think we can agree. So I want to come up with a solution. My solution at this point is to actually just hide the legs and have it that she kind of like just leans forward and moves like that. Now, yes, that's an argument to be made of, isn't that like counterance to what we see here? I feel that it fits the outfit better to kind of have it as that like almost cartoony gliding across the ground concept. Yes! No, 100% Fizz, you've got it, you've nailed it. That concept is just that glide where there's a movement of moving, but no actual movement to move, if that makes sense. Like it's, oh, we're moving. Clearly we're moving. Oh, yes. Also, love The Gentleman. Still think that was one of the best episodes ever. Is that Hush, I believe is the name. I grew up on Buffy, man. I love that shit. But yeah, so I decided Season 3 was probably the best bet to go with. It's a safe answer, and it's enough of a visual difference that you'll go, well, that's clearly a skin, but it's also not so extreme that you wouldn't be able to recognize it. Which is, in a sense, what you could argue with Underworld Goddess skin, as an example. Angel form, I'm pretty sure most people would get is still her, but like I said, I didn't really want to do the more like floating animation for it. for this one. Because I feel like you've got to have the wings. I feel like that's the big thing with this one. Like, if we pull it open, like, I feel like you've got to have the wings as part of it. I don't know. Maybe that's, like, me being a little extreme. But I do want to do a few of these other ones. Brat Princess is just a very... I loved the moment I saw this. This one was awesome. Pink Rock, I mean, this is actually what... her altar's designed around, was the room that she had during this time. I actually like Yokai Hunter. I really, really like Yokai Hunter. I probably want to do that one. Wonderland Reject's fun. I think that one's a cool one to also try and do. And then the Delinquent one just is awesome. The reason why I'm probably not going to do much of the other ones is because I feel like there's a little... Most of them have a lot of overlap. And... I mean, I'd probably be doing them, most of them eventually anyway, right? Like, I'd love to do this one. Even though this was done only for a music video, I still think this one's phenomenal. And I do like the idea of doing this Christmas one, just as a fun thing. I also kind of like the idea of doing the Idol one. And then like the Cotton Candy one, I think there's the one above the other one above as well as a reference. But the Cotton Candy one, again, is probably kind of low on the list for me. It's not that I don't like it, it's that it's just... Of all of them to do, I know these two are definitely going to be getting done next. I'm pretty sure of that. And then like Brat Prince is probably after that. But I really want to do these two, but these two are going to require a lot more resources and prep for. But yeah, I think for the most part, I've done a pretty decent job of transitioning this over. Ironically enough, I actually had the horns look way different because I was basing it off the character sheet. Because I did the horns twisting, and it looked really cool, but it really made it hard because it didn't fit into the frame easily. So I'm actually kind of glad that the model doesn't use those horns. It actually just uses very generic horns. So I could just trim them down. It sounds really mean to say it that way, but it's genuinely the case. So yeah, no, we've got to work on the running animation for this now. So I'm going to yoink this. So this is the running animation for the new base version. And yes, this is how I've been doing it. I take the base version and I tweak from there. This is probably how I'm going to do skins for the most part on the majority of things. I mean, one of the skins I know I want to do, and it's going to be really funny to do, is Monarch. Because she's got the siren design now, which is really, really cool. I really like the siren design. But I went with a bit more of a middle ground design, which is more of her, the Queen version. And the benefit we have is that Monarch is designed to be very slow, moving, and not running. So I can actually transition her skin into having a tail as her movement thing pretty easily, I feel. And it not look too off. So that's where we're at with a lot of that stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna need to pull up. So this is gonna go down here. So I still need it as a reference point, but I do need to have this as a reference point up in the top right. Welcome to how I do art. It's a fucking mess. So this will be the priority to get done today as we work on this skin, and then I'm going to use it as my testing process for redesigning some of the data information in the game. So the fun thing is, well, so I can actually pull up normal Iron Mouse here. The hair difference is one of the coolest parts to me. It's like the hair is, like, it's a lot shorter here. It's a little bit more bunched up. Whereas by comparison here, it's a lot longer and it's a lot more flowy, and I like that. Did you get Kason finished for the other night? Yes, I did get Kason finished. She is in the game as her updated version. I can actually launch and show. I can't remember if we did... I think I did part of that on stream as well, like the end of it. But yeah, we have a case on here. I still might need to do a little bit of tweaking, but yeah. You can see now there's, what is that, 5 characters that have been updated to the newer system, or the new visual style, which I'm really, really happy with it. Because we've got Aura, we've got Shy Lily, we've got Iron Mouse, and we've got Kason. So good to see it in the game after watching you work on the sprite. It's honestly, that's something I love as well, right? I cannot stress enough how much it's underestimated how good you feel after accomplishing something like that. Because you kind of get into the situation of like, without visually seeing a change, you don't register things are changing, even though they're changing like insanely. It's why I don't like doing some of the database reworks that I've done with like the weapons and items and stuff. I've talked about this before, is because there's no visual changes to those weapons. There's nothing that actually changes. It's just where the data's stored. So you feel very stagnant during that time. And it's why like there's certain weapons and abilities and stuff that are still the original style, because I just don't see a reason as to rework it as of this moment. Because if I did, I'm probably going to lose a lot of motivation in the process. Now, this is going to be actually something I will openly talk to. It's going to be a very difficult part to handle. I don't know how I'm going to do the hair, because theoretically, if she's running, this hair should be trailing far behind her. Need the dopamine of visual progress? Yes. No, 100%. Like, it's very much, it's very underestimated the value that you get from just seeing your stuff progressing. Like, we've talked about it ad nauseum, I feel like, on the streams, but like, genuinely, do not underestimate seeing visual progress. Find ways to do that, because if you can find ways to visualize your progress, you're going to feel so much better about your work. So I feel like if I'm gonna do this... I'm going to also disable the tails because it's going to make things a little confusing. Took your advice, by the way. Got Game Maker and made very own Asteroids clone. Nice! Hell yeah, so you're a game dev now. Nice. Congratulations. That's really cool to hear. Took me a lunch break. Great shout from you. Exactly, right? Like, do not underestimate the tutorials out there. There's some really, really great tutorials, and they're nice, quick, snappy. And that's a huge thing. But no, congratulations on that. Like, awesome. Honestly. I'm glad that that worked out for you. I hope to see some cool stuff from you in the future with that too. But yeah, it's surprisingly, like, it's easy to get into game dev now. Do not underestimate it. But I'm really glad to hear that worked out for you. Like, genuinely. It's awesome. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you wanna... Okay, I will openly admit to one thing, right, with this game. And this is something that, like, I think I've talked about briefly before. But I've always kind of, like, refrained from talking about it because of the stigma that could come from it. So this game is clearly very similar to holocure in a lot of ways. And I'm not actively trying to make it just like a holocure clone, or I'm making it different from holocure, all that stuff. I'm making my own game. But you want to know what sold me on the original choice to use GameMaker? It was because holocure was actually programmed in GameMaker. And I was like, wow, they programmed this in this software and it's pretty much free to use, and one of my mates has been using it as well. This sounds like a great idea. This was quite a while ago. But yeah, no, genuinely, holocure was made in GameMaker. So if you want more evidence of really awesome games made in GameMaker, there you go. But that was the defining decision, because I was like tossing up, oh, should I learn Unity? I don't really want to learn Unity, but maybe I should. All that. No, I found GameMaker suited me a lot better, and I'm glad I went with that choice. Because, like, I know a lot of people nowadays, it's like, oh, well, Pirate Software was what got me in. And, like, Pirate Software wasn't as huge when I initially started wanting to do games. So, it's great there's so many options out there. Honestly, that is, again, one of the many kind of statements of, it's really great to get into game dev now. I'd only ever used RPG Maker back in 21, 22. Yeah, like... Dude, 2001, 2002, RPG Maker was incredible. I remember using that as well. I don't know if it was then. I think I used it like, oh shit, more closer to like 2010 was when I started like considering making a game for a little bit. Started making something. I'm pretty sure I have I might have the file somewhere of a game that I tried to make at one point in one of the RPG makers. And I thought it was cool, but I just never got committed enough to it. And I kind of regret that now, looking back at it. But at the same time, like, what was I gonna do, right? Like, what can I truly do as a complaint towards not doing it? It's like I've lived a happy enough life, regardless, so... I do not mind. I've learnt plenty by not doing that. Yeah. It's one of those things that's like, look back at it, yeah, wish I had, oh well. You're into it now, and that's all that really matters. At the end of the day, you're doing stuff now. But I'm glad that it is working out, though. I'm really, really glad that it's working out. I think that hair flow looks a little bit nicer. It's very, very flowy here, though. It's going to be the fun part of this. It's actually, I think, the most, like, ribbony hair that we've got at the moment, right? By a long shot. Thinking about the characters. Like, I think Shy Lily has, like, the longest hair. Yeah, I'm thinking about this. I think Shy Lily has the longest hair of all of the characters. That's, like, really visual. Gives the impression of forward momentum. I mean, that's the important part, right? Yeah, I think Shy Lily has the longer hair. Somewhat. Let's see. I mean, Juniper kind of has long hair, but her hair is also part of her wings, so that's the thing. I guess Monarch kind of has longer hair as well. This is pretty notable. I still love that, like, there's nothing I can really do about it, but Monarch looks like she's kind of waddling. She actually, her feet are switching around in place. She is actually moving properly. It's just really hard to see. I need to make that a bit more visual at some point. I should finish Mary's update at some point. I think I was working on one. His is going to be pretty simple to do because I'm not going to really change all that much about his thing. Same with Gura. I don't think there's much that needs to be changed about this design, other than just bringing into the new model. It was the same with the argument with Aura. Aura didn't really need much of a change. I think she was pretty great before, and I think the changes have just brought her even more visual awesomeness because she's got more moving around. But yeah, I think this is going to be interesting to do, like, the first kind of longer hair character. That, like, the hair is a big movement point. Now, the outfit's going to be interesting. So, I'm going to copy the outfit there. I'm going to paste this here, and we're going to work with it. So, I think there's the right positioning for that part of it. Because we want this all here for reference reasoning. Because her outfit is... Okay, that's the one thing I will say about this outfit, for example. This outfit is complex as hell. Like, this outfit is very, very complex. Just do a pink bodysuit for the next. Yeah, IMS, can you do just like a really basic, simple design next time so I can I don't have to worry too much? Could you copy and paste maybe? mean, I stand by a joke that I think... When did I make it? I still stand by it, though, is once this game actually starts, like, hitting Steam and stuff, what I'm gonna do, and I love this idea, is... At least for its initial, like, year, where I'm gonna keep working on this project, regardless of if it's doing well or not. Because I've said that to myself, as I will keep working on it for a year, make content for it and stuff like that, keep making characters, seeing if I can add and improve, and then if that's time's up and it's popular, I'll keep working on it. If it's not, I'll probably slow down to crawl. But content updates, it's not like balances or anything like that. That will be done regularly, but actual content drops will happen every time Iron Mouse changes her skin, her outfit. Every time she gets a new outfit, I will have to do a new patch. I expect it in like a week or so after. That is the rule. Will you be able to keep up? That there is exactly why I want to do it, because that's going to become the joke. This is like, are you going to be able to create new content in that amount of time? It's like, joke's on you. I'm going to get ahead far enough and not release all of the content every time. To be fair, what content updates will probably look like in the future is like maybe a new map, maybe. Maybe a few characters and some skins. That's probably what content updates are going to mostly look like. There's not going to probably be many that like shake up the game hugely. Like maybe a couple of modifiers, stuff like that. But I do love the idea of just that being the case of, it's like every time I see a new outfit from Iron Mouse getting teased, I'm just going to comment underneath, well, guess I know what I'm doing. See if I can ask her directly, hey, can you let me know when you're going to do another outfit reveal so I can get ready for it? Okay. There's still some tweaks I probably need to do to this skirt, I think. I could probably move this over. Yeah. Just a heads up. Exactly. It's just like, hey, could you just flick me a message when you're thinking about getting another outfit thing? Like maybe a week or two in advance, just so I know. Just so I can start getting all of the build ready. Do my final tests. Alright. Booba. The booba looks a little too blocky like that, I think. Just do that. To be fair, that's significantly further out than the actual thing. No, I just think that would be fun to do, though, for the rule of how the game updates. So people could... The best part is people would ask, it's like, when's the next update? When's the next update? And it's like, I can tell you when. Look at Iron Mouse. I just love the idea that there's going to be like a period of time, potentially she'll slow down, right? No chance of this, but like, imagine if she slows down for like half a year and everyone's like, dude, can you release an update? I'm like, I'm free for half a year. When's the next update? I don't know. Ask Iron Mouse exactly. I really love the idea of that being the case, because I know so many people are gonna just get confused by it, and it sounds hysterical to me. I do think that if the game did get popular, I'll have to be careful with that though, because there's a chance that like people harass iMouse about that, and I don't want that. That's something I want to avoid if I can. But I do think it would be really, really funny as a little joke. But no, the reason why I feel like I can get away with it is because she gets outfits done on such a highly regular basis that it's fine. I mean, the question's gonna become, right, because like, for example, the music video she did, she had an outfit specifically only for that music video, and it was only splash art. It didn't actually have a model, I believe. I can't remember. I'd have to look. And the question becomes, does that count? I'm gonna have to look. Where are we? It was earlier this year, right? We're looking for... Was it this year? I don't know how far down it is on the basic list. This one. Yeah, it was this year. Yeah, it was. I think it was only for Nikkei that this was done. So, like, this one becomes a question. Does this count? Would this be counted as one that would think? And I just like the idea of that becoming a speculative point. It's like, she got a different outfit for her music video. Is that count? Does that mean we're getting an update? It's like, fuck. I hold the power to decide. Alright. She got bald. Yeah, so there's gonna have to be some hair movement. I'm trying to think what it's gonna be though. God, that looks so fucking insane when you just add it in initially. Like, it looks fine when you've got it there for a while, but then you just like realize how big it is. How much hair that actually is that's getting added. Also does not look great with her default outfit, I'll be honest. Looks way better with this. With the browns. Just goes to show that, like, these people that design these outfits actually know what they're doing. Who would have guessed? What the hell's going on with this? That was strange. I think it's this? Yeah. God, I'm having to look really, really closely to see what's actually getting edited. The dress has got to move a little bit. She's naked. Don't look. That's the worst part of doing these designs, by the way, is just that like stark nakedness moment and me feeling like really awful for that. Because yes, I actually do feel awful for it. I know. It's I don't know, it's a weird thing, right? Because it's kind of that concept of like, I feel that I'm exposing something that I shouldn't be, even though technically it's an art thing. So it becomes a weird argument. Naked and bald, yeah. Naked and bald Iron Man. Dude, that's one of the secrets I need to add to the game, is a way to just make all the characters bald. I'm sure that would go down well, right? Bald skins. To be fair, if I was a more competent individual, I will say this openly, there is the full intention of adding like a bunch of extra special animations to characters. One of them could be a character like Iron Mouse just toggling her fucking different settings and going bald. It'd be an awesome Easter egg. I think it would be funny. I think it'd be really funny to add. But it is definitely a difficult one to 100% justify. Just because of the amount of time and resources that would need to go into it. Yes, I know. I've said this before. I hate being that negative Nancy that's just like, oh, well, we can't do this because resources. But the amount of time that goes into some of these is a little too much to justify doing too silly things for. There we go. I mean, I've said before, so while the standing still is what's called the idle, right? It's nothing's happening, so this is what we get. Have to have certain limits or it'll never... Exactly, that's one of the big things. But I do actually intend on having an animation to each character that's unique. That would be like what they do if you are completely away from the keyboard for a period of time. I'd love to add something like that. You know, we've all seen it where games will have it, so if you're like on the character select for too long and they're just like standing there, they'll like check their gun, or they'll kind of sit to a side and or whatever. I mean, Star Rail has really good examples of this, where the character will just kind of like sit there and maybe one of them will pull out a book and start reading and go, and then close the book and hide it and yada yada yada. That stuff I would love to do, but again, that's Genshin has it. Yeah, Genshin's another example. Hoyoverse games in general have it, where it's just that you've idled for long enough that you just kind of get a fun animation. I think the rule of thumb with at least Star Rail, I know this for certain, is there's two and one of them's rarer than the other. But I like those. I think those really add a lot to the character and a lot of coolness to them. So I'd love to do something like that. But again, the weakness becomes, what's the best way of doing it? How complex do I make them? And one of the biggest difficulties, and I will openly say this, the biggest difficulty becomes, how do I do it and what do I do when it comes to skins? Because do I just make the animation a singular thing that I put into the game as like a sprite mapping like this? That's a lot of resources for that. Or do I make it multiple parts and it visualizes, like, if there's a chair that they summon, does the chair become a separate sprite? How do I do it? So on and so forth. There's a lot that would go into the decision making of that, and that's where a little bit of the complexity kind of lies alone. And the fact that I have to sit there and I'd have to contemplate this for so long is why I say it's probably not likely going to happen. Unless I had someone that was willing to help me with that process, right? Like, help me with the art, help me with the animation, so on and so forth. But I do think it's something I would love to do. You would need to animate it against every skin individually. Exactly. Or there's an argument to be made, do you make unique ones for each of the skins? Because some of them would probably want to have unique ones, right? Then it becomes an argument, do we make rarities to certain skins, as an example to it, then, where, like, these skins are kind of the normal skins, and they just share all of the stuff that the main skin has. These are, like, the slightly special skins. They'll have maybe some slight differences to animations or particles. You see this with League of Legends all the time, right? And then you get, like, the legendary or the ultimate skin, and, like, they're completely different animation styles, different everything, and, like, their idled for long enough animation would be completely different. This is where I start getting to the levels of complexity and rules I would have to add is where, like, the difficulty kind of lies with some of this. Because the other problem you have is, what if I add this rarity system later on, but people have already got these skins? Is there a way to refund them? Is there a way to retroactively take away what would be necessary to potentially obtain them if they costed more? What's the answer? And that's not something that's easy to figure out. And that's where, like, this is why at the moment I'm spending so much time talking about, like, data location, because I probably can't change data location much moving forward, because the moment I do, I will cause problems. What if I change where a value is saved on your computer? That is what skins you own, right? If I change the positioning of that data, you could lose all of your progress. You, the player, would not appreciate that. And that is very realistically understandable. If that happened to me, I would be kicking up a fuss and going to a forum and going, oh my god, what's wrong with this dev? They removed all of my stuff. They're a fucking moron. I hate them. And I'm like, okay, well, bit extreme, and let's be honest, there'll probably be death threats in there somehow, because that's what the modern day does. But that's genuinely a very understandable thought in that moment. Like, you would be upset as hell losing that sort of stuff. If I was playing a large-scale commercial game and they did that, I would genuinely just... I would submit a ticket, and if I didn't get a valid enough response, there would definitely be some problems. I mean, fun fact, actually speaking on that stuff, League of Legends support, they're awesome people. I bought Udyr's ultimate skin way back when, right? And I never actually got the icons for it. I didn't realize you got the icons for free with that skin purchase until someone told me like a year or two later. I think twice about buying things from the dev again. Exactly. No, 100% Fizz. That's another thing as well. Like, you've lost so much rapport with the developer at that point. But, yeah, so I didn't have those icons, and I messaged them, and they're like, oh yeah, no, you should have these. We're sorry. You've got them now. I looked on my account. They were there. And like, and they've done it in a way that means that if I ever look at any of my stuff, it was given to me the same time the skin was given to me. They'd gone back and somehow given it to me retroactively in a way that was really awesome, and it ensures that it worked out nicely and cleanly. That is awesome. That is really, really cool how you should get your customer services working. And I feel really bad when, like, I hear what people send them as well, because while I'm not denying there's probably some negative experiences with their support, all of the experiences I've ever had with Riot support have been super pleasant and super nice. Hell, I even had one of my accounts hacked, and I didn't play on it for like a year or two. And I realized it had been hacked into. I messaged them and like, okay, what do you want us to do in this situation? I'm like, can you just revert it to this stuff and give me a password reset? And they're like, sure. And they said, do understand what's going to happen though. Your honor will be reset, because this is when honor was in. And if this happens again in a shorter period of time, we are less likely to respond to it as in the same way. There will be a lot more skepticism, and then if it's a repeating factor, we will just start ignoring you. And it's like, you know what? That's a completely understandable, because at that point in time, that's either me lying or me fucking up, and it's not worth their time. And I appreciate that, and that was a big thing to me. CS will do what they can to help you out. They get such a hard time for stuff out of their control. Yes. I mean, one of the things that got pointed out by Blizzard, ex-Blizzard Thor, like talking about Blizzard times, is he talked about how many times like something external to them, a third-party thing, would scam someone and they would take the flag for it. And it's like, well, it's not their fault, but they often would do awesome things and try and help the person out and figure things out. It's just another, again, example of customer service. Your customer services representatives and stuff like that surprisingly matter a huge amount to your game, especially on larger scales, because if people have a positive experience with that, they're going to look at your company more positively. Because I was willing to give more of a benefit of a doubt to some of these companies because I had such positive treatment with them. And I'm more likely to interact with them again in the future, which is exactly what you want to harbor. Because what happens if I saw someone cheating, hacking, or anything like that in my games and it didn't get caught up? Well, I'm more likely to go, you know what, the support are cool people. I'm going to send in a report to them because I have had a positive experience with them before. Or there's a bug. Again, same thing. You're more likely to communicate to someone that you've had a positive experience with than you're going to communicate to someone that you've had a neutral or negative experience with. And that's important. This is what public relations is. Like, never undervalue these concepts, because they will come to bite you in the ass. And I see a lot of companies do undervalue it sometimes, and it really upsets me. Because all I can think while seeing it is like, oh god, what are you doing? This is hurting you more than it's hurting this person. It's that whole don't shoot yourself in the foot thing, right? But it's easier said than done with some companies. I mean, Unity at the moment, they're doing a fairly solid job of saving face with the recent changes to some of their policies. I think they've done a fairly decent job with it. I'm still on the side of skepticism, right? Which is, I think, the valid thing. To explain that, by the way, I actually do want to talk about that, because I think there's going to be a lot of not clear understandings of it, as per usual. Because I know a lot of people are going to see something and not understand it. So there is 3 things that they're changing. Three key things that Unity is changing. So they're the service fees, or the run fees, the service fees, the cost, and the break mark. Right. So this service fee here is the big thing, is exactly what you're talking about there with the backtracking on charges. So last year, Unity fucking shat the bed and almost killed themselves in the process of this. They had to get rid of their CEO because of the publicity, everything went really poorly. What this service fee system was basically by a game running, you would have to pay. Right? Like you would basically be paying an additional subscription fee for your game, for downloads, for all these sorts of things. Most people weren't going to be affected by this because the numbers were pretty high that you needed to hit to have this affect you. But the fact is, it would affect you. One of the big ones that is incredible about this is that, fun fact, this is why it was never going to work. This was going to hit one game in particular that is just insane. Whoops. Pokemon Go was going to get hit by this. Pokemon Go is a free-to-play game, but it has monetization, yada, 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 right? This was going to get hit hard, and it was going to be retroactive, which means that they basically told Nintendo, pay us shitload of money. Now, this isn't the only big scale company. They picked a fight with Disney. They picked with the Marvel Snap, for example. And then obviously all of the other like large scale gaming industries as well. So I'm sorry, let me explain this in a simpler form. Unity decided that they wanted to fight Disney and Nintendo, two of probably the largest companies in the world, and have some of the highest monetary backing behind them in the entire world. They thought that that was a wise idea. That is what these changes were. This is why so many people on like the actual upper end, again, like Thor, for example, he talked about this, but like so many of these people said this was a horrendously bad idea because it's not picking a fight with indie developers. That was already a bit of a problem. It's not picking a fight with like decent developers all the way up to AAA. No. You're picking a fight with some of the largest and most insane companies out there that have shown in the past, you fight them on a legal battle like this, you will lose. And you will just get destroyed. You know, you thought they were the IRS talking to Wesley Snipes? Yeah. Exactly. Like, it's insane. So, what's happened? The change is removed. This fee, they've removed it. It's never going to happen. So no longer a fight with Nintendo, no money, no nothing. Awesome. Costs have gone up. So the price for Pro, I think, has gone up by like, I can't remember the percentage. I'm not gonna like try and do it from memory, but the price of Pro has gone up, and the price for Enterprise has become variable, but I think it's gone up across the board. So short answer is, the cost to use Unity at a professional level. So if we remove this, let's just say pro level cost increase. Now, you might think this is a bad thing. My response to this is actually what they should have done. Like, genuinely, I think this was the correct choice to do, right? Hello, mate. Hello. So yeah, the cost for the professional level of Unity got increased. However, and this is the reason why it can $2,040 per seat to $2,200 per seat. There you go. There we go. If that's the exact numbers, that gives an idea. It's not that much it's gone up by. It's not. It's gone up, which is fine because the company got to make money and keep developing, right? Unity needs to be able to afford this. Enterprise is 25 cents. Okay, cool. So with those numbers we've got, as an example point though, it's pretty small margins. But no, this is the big one. This break mark. So what do I mean by the break mark? The break mark is the mark when you need to actually start paying. You inspired me to make my own game, and I did. Nice! Awesome! But yeah, so this break mark was... This was what it was. Right? Now, this is not realistically going to affect very many people, but it's going to affect a few. This is how much you need to make before you would need to start paying Unity. On, like, the professional things. Right? This has been changed. It's doubled. So it means that it's way easier to actually make money off Unity and not be affected by its cutoff point where you have to start paying them. So the service fee, that was the big problem, been removed. The cost for it per user and stuff like that and stuff in general has gone up. But the break marks for being considered a earning customer from them has gone up. These are incredible changes. This is what they should have done last year. Go them. They should have never done that service thing. It's a roguelike game where you're a slime being attacked by goblins. It's called Green Men Who Steal Hats. Use the slime as a hat. Oh, that's so good. That sounds amazing. Oh, I love that. Dude, I like that. That's actually cool. Green Men Who Steal Hats. You can still go on the level below pro too, can't you, until you hit revenue threshold? Correct. That's the point. That's the big thing about this, is that what this actually means is while this price here is increased, right? Oops. While this price here has increased, it's actually, you do not need to get to that cost as early. By double. Dude, if you're a small group of 5 people, you made a really competent game, this amount here was not unfeasible. But this amount here is a lot harder to hit. Now you might go, well, it's only 100,000 more, but it's also an argument to be, it's double as much that you need to hit. It's a lot of money per annual. Because that's the thing, this is per annual. 100,000's a lot. 200,000's insane. So this is an awesome change because it affects only really large scale companies, and in a way that is not really going to change the budget for them. This is awesome. This is exactly what you want to do as these kind of companies to try and make this sort of money. This is the correct direction. So yes. It's not complete yet, but there's no upgrades or wave system. That's fine. You're doing well if you've got it that far, though. You've got a concept going. Got a design for that. That's awesome, honestly. Dude, pat yourself on the back. You've done an amazing job so far. I hope to see more of it. What they should have done first time around. Yeah, exactly. Right? Is instead of the service fee thing, this is literally what of these changes we see here, if this never existed and this is what they did near the end of last year, this is 100% would have gone over fine. There would have been no issues. No one would have complained. No one. This would have been an amazing change and this would have made them money. And it would not have, like, the biggest thing is, it not only would have changed basically nothing, but it would have made them money, and it wouldn't have destroyed their reputation like what they did. That's the biggest thing, is Unity has destroyed their reputation. Hugely. That's why I know Thor has said, he's restarted the timer, has given them 6 months. If they keep maintaining this kind of perspective and momentum, he'll appreciate them again, but he's not going to switch from GameMaker, right? Which is fine. But he still thinks GameMaker and Godot are the correct options for the majority of people, and they are. I do think that that's genuinely the case. You can get enough done with those. It's also my second game, so it's actually really good. Nice! I mean, that's how it works. Games improve every time you make a new one. But yeah, so this was the big thing that I did want to talk about at some point, is like, it's huge how much this has actually impacted things, and I think this is 100% like a positive move by Unity, and it's helped like restore some of their reputation by making this kind of choice. I still have hesitation because the fact is that they considered making the choices to the like, if they could consider making the choices that led to that previous decision where they thought that service fee thing was a good idea, what's stopping them from doing that again? That's kind of the problem with it. By the game, I could do it as an Easter egg while the slime having 1% chance to have a hat. That seems pretty good. I like that idea. It's always good to have like a little bit of hinting around in Easter eggs, especially if you do have multiple projects. It's good to kind of link reference them, I guess is the wording I'd use. Give them a little bit of like kind of overlap with referencing. It's always cute. Oh. Sorry, got a little bit of a stomach problem at the moment. Oh god, I just saw a clip. I'm not going to watch it now, but I saw a clip from Monarch about dating one of the characters from Mass Effect. I'm pretty sure it's probably like Garrus or some shit, isn't it? Also made an animation trailer. Ooh. Dude, you're doing way better than fucking me. Jesus. Don't show me up too much now. God, imagine. I need to try and figure out how I'm going to ever do a trailer for this game. Because I got to do a trailer, right? When it goes to Steam, I've got to do something. And I can make piano music since I know piano. Dude, you're set with like making really good stuff if you can do all of that. It's going to be so good for you. Where was the... Yep. This is where, like, I hate how I have certain multi-talents, but a lot of those multi-talents aren't going to help me with making the game. I can sell a game probably quite well because I have, like, marketing and all that knowledge. I can't probably do much more than that. I was actually mentioning to some friends this morning, they were going like, you need a team, and I'm like, dude, I fucking one day. You're way better at pixel art than you. I mean, I've got something then. But like, genuinely long term, I can project manage. See, that's the thing, right? Is I've got project management and facilitation as one of the jobs I've done in my time. I can do programming to quite a decent extent. I can do marketing and I can do PR work. I've done those jobs. Like, I can do quite a few things, but the problem is, in that list, did we get music, art, animation, those things? No. I can suck at that. I don't have good mouse control. It's always, to be fair, okay, my recommendation, if you're interested in that sort of stuff with art, I have this. This is a Huion tablet. Let's actually look up what the modern version of this would be. We use this. So let's see. Huion drawing tablet. See if we can find like a good answer to this. There we go. This is an even better version of what I have. Just gonna hide this for a moment because I don't want it to show something. Yeah, it's fine. So this is a better version of what I have. This has got more buttons, it's still got a pen, but this is basically what I've got. It's fucking 60 New Zealand dollars. So this would probably be like 30, 40 US dollars. I'm broke, I can't get one. No, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that you can get a bargain bin cheap shit one. And I've had this for years, and it's worked perfectly fine. Yeah, no, this is straight up a better version of what I have, and it's fucking cheap as hell. I would probably buy this. I'm not going to replace mine though, because I just don't really have a reason to. So I agree, like, I'm broke, so I also sit there and think that, right? But genuinely, I would argue something like this is normally worth it. Normally. I'm not going to say it's 100%, I guarantee you should get it, but it's definitely a lot more worth it than some people think. So it's a consideration. I'd definitely say it should be a consideration. If you get deeper into it and you have the spare cash. Made a custom attack animation for your game. Nice. But if you're fine drawing with a mouse, then it's also not a problem, right? Like, while I talk about the tablet, do you have any idea how much I use my mouse still while doing these drawings? Fun fact, it's actually really hard to see because I normally have the way I have my arms positioned. But like, because if I have this here, yeah, you can't really tell the difference between when I'm using my mouse. Because like, this is using the mouse. Often when you see me like scrolling around and moving around, and often when you see me doing selecting and stuff like that, that's also with mouse and keyboard. But then when I'm doing like the more finer details like this is when I'm using the pen. You can get a lot done with a mouse. But yeah, like right now, this is using a mouse. Instead of a slime tackle attack, it just gets smaller, makes a thin blade, a tail, and jumps and spins. Whoa, that sounds fucking awesome. That actually sounds like really cool. Oh, damn. Actually, you know how you can often tell that I'm using the thing is like there's a second guessing point when I'm clicking on certain things. That's a big selling point of when I know I'm using the other one. How do you transfer a thing from one frame to another? It'd make it so much easier. So there's a few ways to do it. For me, what I'm doing, so if you look down the bottom here, you'll see that I've got a lot of layers. So with the close, what I'm doing is I'm actually just straight up using the M, selecting the area, making sure I'm on the correct frame. I'd copy, so in this case, let's just use this one. Thing is, when you click down here, that will use it wrong. You got to make sure you're clicked on the correct layer and frame. Copy this, go to here, make sure I'm on this, I delete. So I delete everything inside of this specific layer on this specific frame, and Control V. Am I using Game Maker? I am not. I will openly state Game Maker's inherent drawing system is rough to use. It's usable, but it's rough to use. It has a lot of problems. I've drawn in it plenty of times for making initial art, but my wholehearted suggestion is if you can, use something external. I use what's called a sprite. You can even get it via Steam. They often have quite good sales. Also, I'm not going to endorse anything like piracy, but there is always options for finding things. But no, I'm sure you could probably get it on Steam pretty cheap normally. I think... Where is... Let's launch Steam and look. Because I know my friend owns it on Steam, and I could actually go borrow it off his account if I wanted. Yar, yeah, exactly. Again, not endorsing Steam in any capacity. Not Steam, piracy. But I will not deny that there is definitely... It was on sale on Steam fairly recently. Haven't seen. Yeah, it's a good one to have. Actually, I think I've got it on my wish list, so I can probably look. There it is. You now have 3 monitors. God damn it, Roger. To be fair, I do want to get a 3rd monitor at some point as well. That'd be nice. The worst part is, whenever I think about getting another monitor, I think about, do I want to get another computer and then have that monitor for that computer? Or do I want to get a 3rd monitor for this computer? Or what? It's always the difficulty. Why do we have the same wish list? To be fair, my wish list is like just me reminding myself to get some stuff at some point. I think there's even free games in there sometimes. But yeah, so this is a sprite. This is what I'd suggest for pixel art. Oh, good lord, sorry. This is what I suggest for pixel art if you're interested, but I'm going to be honest, you could use Paint. You could 100% use Microsoft Paint. You just need to make sure that you're... I think the hardest part with Microsoft Paint is making sure you export with a transparent background, but you can probably do that in Game Maker. Like, you can export it and then delete the background in Game Maker. Bless you, thank you. Also made marker art for boss event. Ooh, nice. Yeah, what is my wish list for, though? Get So Lonely here, Orb of Creation. I want to get Orb of Creation. I risk so much for getting a game like Orb of Creation because I will just play this. I want to play through all of Final Fantasy games at some point again. I do want to get this, but I'm hoping that they'll fix the game. Oh, or also made marker art for my boss or enemy. I mean, yeah, it's always difficult with that sort of thing. Let's see, Faz, don't really care about this as much. It's you have to get a... I've played every single FF game 3 times. You haven't even won. I'll have you know. Final Fantasy, the first Final Fantasy and the second Final Fantasy, you have no idea how many game hours I have on those. but I've not played them on Steam. I do not own them on Steam. I played them via emulation and actual consoles back when. I have played them an excessive amount. The last save that I played, which would have been about 4 years ago on Final Fantasy 1, I had it easily over 100 hours and I played it in the space of about a week. I have played these games an excessive amount, these two. Specifically the first one. I love these games a lot. This is why I want to buy them and play them on Steam. And I'll play them for stream. It'll be fucking great. Yeah. Dwarf Fortress I've never played. I do want to try though. It does look really fun. Hades 2, I mean it's Hades 2, right? Helldivers, one day I might dredge myself to play it. Planet Crafter I think is an awesome game. I've looked at it ever since it like kind of got early access and stuff, and it looked really cool. Space Station Tycoon I've heard mixed things about, but it's also really early access at the moment, so some of the complaints I've heard kind of irrelevant to that. Been in Final Fantasy 15, like I don't even know how many times. To be fair, and this is where I will openly admit to, when you get past Final Fantasy 2, I have not played any Final Fantasy game other than 14. I have only played 1, 2, and 14. Those are the only Final Fantasy games I've ever played, and I do want to fix that one day. I've never played like the big ones that people talk about, like 7 and some of the other ones. 14's a good one. Dude, the MMO's great. I love the MMO. But yeah, no, at the moment I've been playing a bit of this. It's been a fun one. And yes, this is Deadlock. A friend of mine gave me a code and I have been playing a little bit of it. It's interesting. I definitely think it's cool. Grew up on 7 and 8 and 9, then did the same and emulated the originals up to 6. Dude, it's 7 is the one I've heard the most talk about, and I think they did the remake for it not that long ago, and I really want to play it because I knew so many people when I was like a lot older that had played it and just loved it. I just never justified the time for it. But no, I grew up on Final Fantasy 1 and 2 and Pokemon Blue. Those were the games that I played. Oh no. Okay. So the games I played the most when I was younger, when I actually started like playing games, was Final Fantasy 1, Pokemon Blue, and Pokemon Gold. They did the Part 2 remake not that long ago. Oh, okay. Glad it was blue, not red. Yeah, no, I didn't play red. I mean, it's even better that I didn't play yellow, let's be honest. Yellow was fucking bad. I did play yellow later, but yeah. And I will openly say, and this may be controversial, I think my favorite generation of Pokemon is is the second generation of Pokemon. Pokemon Gold, and specifically Heart Gold, because I do actually own that, is one of my favorite Pokemon games of all time. But yeah, no, Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Gold, yeah, Final Fantasy 1 and then a little bit more Final Fantasy 2. Those are the big ones that I played. Then I got into stuff like Warcraft, World of Warcraft, Command and Conquer, and then a little bit later it was, what was it called? Was it Homeworld? Homeworld 2, those games, those were awesome. The space RTSs. For every stream I get, it slows progress by 98%. It do be like that. To be fair, today is a bit more of a chill day, because this is a day I normally don't stream. I don't normally stream on my weekends, so I am taking today a bit slower than I normally would. As well as realistically, we've streamed for an hour and a half, we've discussed Unity, which was a big thing, and we've gotten most of a sprint animation done. And fun fact, these sprint animations took me 3 days before to do. So it being done in about an hour and a half with side fucking tracking. Sounds pretty good to me. But yeah, those were the games I kind of grew up on. On the downstep, yeah, I do need to. Well, I mean, to be fair, all of the hair needs to be tweaked on the up and downs. I probably would probably do it on weekends because I liked game dev, so I do. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's the thing is, so what I said when I started stream is, so I normally don't stream on weekends because I strictly try and make them for times to hang out with friends because they're off work and they're normally more available and stuff like that. However, recently I've just been kind of doing more programming and more art on weekends. And I still hang out with friends and in evenings and stuff like that. But like that's been how my things were. I knew this weekend I was just going to be doing this art and game dev. And when I was planning for this week of streaming, I knew I wanted to take Wednesday off because I just knew I wanted to take Wednesday off for reason. Sorry, didn't gotta go. All good. Catch you later. But yeah, so I knew I wanted to take that off, but I kind of wanted to do 5 days a week. Or I wanted to get back into like making sure I'm doing 5 days a week. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Do one on the weekend. Hence why we're doing it today. But that's why I say like today's going to probably be a lot more of a slower paced and organizing some things because I don't really want to do anything too heavy or hard today. I just prefer to enjoy myself. It's kind of my thoughts on the matter anyway. But yeah, one day I will change my understanding of the Final Fantasy franchise and play more of them. Like, I mean, with Game Pass, I do have access to, I think, Final Fantasy 15 for free. So I should fix that. I know my computer can run it, but my computer cannot stream it. That is the big problem. And, oh, dude. Okay, can I speak to something? So I talked about this morning with them. I'm someone that really struggles when receiving something. My perspective is that if I receive something, I need to give something back. However, at the same time, I like giving people stuff without like any repercussion. If I give you something, then I don't expect something in return. In fact, I actually prefer just you being happy. So yeah, there's a hypocrisy there. Someone offered, albeit he said like in a couple of months' time, someone offered to pay for me getting like a high-end new PC, and I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about this. I really don't. And they're like, no, I do this all the time. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't stop it from being weird for me. I struggle with this because I feel like I have to give you something back of an equalish value, and it's really, really weird to me because that's a lot of money. That's like $2,500 US. That's a lot of money to just kind of throw at someone. I struggle. I think 6 is rated comparably or even higher to 7. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I mean, 7's on that list, right, of the games I showed? Because I think it's back when they were still kind of doing that style. I stand by, at some point in time, especially if there's a sale or something, I will buy all of those, because they're all in a Steam bundle. I will buy all of those Final Fantasy games, and I will play them for stream. Like, I 100% will say this. Because it has been my intention the whole time. I get it. I keep giving people and seeing them happy, but I hate getting stuff myself. Yeah, it's such a hypocritical concept. Because I know that, like, put yourself in the other person's shoes. They may be thinking the same way you are, and they're going like, no, I want to do this because it will make me happy. And it's like, yeah, but I feel weird for it. But something I have learnt in the last year or two is that sometimes you just need to accept, right? You just need to accept the generosity of other people because it makes them feel a lot better and it just makes your life easier. And if you can go through your list and go, look, I will have a way of paying you back for this in some regard later down the line, aim for that, right? Like one of my big things I have said, so one of my friends I've had to borrow more than a lot of money off of over the years. I've said all the things I would like to do for him. I stand by those things. I really do want to, in my eyes, give back to it. And the acknowledgement we've both had, because we've talked about this a few times, I can't do that. There's just no way I can do it currently. When I'm happy and stable and everything, and I'm making $1 billion or whatever, then I can give back to him more than what he gave me, and that's kind of what we've got going. We know that that's the case. Until you get that one time when someone turns around and goes, oh, you remember? Yeah, like that's... I guess that's maybe the reason why I have that perspective, is because I've had people like that before, where they're like, oh, well, I gave you this thing, right? When you're giving it back. It's like, well, no. But I've never gotten to that point in like the last 10 years. Hell, even when I was a kid, I would very rarely be in that situation where if someone like lent me something, and then they asked for it back, they would get it back. I would very rarely be in a situation where I wouldn't just give them something back in return or value like that. I don't like being indebted to people. And the best part is you can really gauge a person by... Okay, this sounds harsh to say it this way, but like you can really gauge a person by going like, hey, I do not feel capable of paying you back for this, all these sorts of things. Because at that point in time, if they then back out, that's fine. There's no problem there. If they go through with it and then ask for something in return later, then you know they're a scumbag and you can leave that alone and never ask them for anything again. Just pay them back and move on. But then you'll also find those that just don't care, don't mind. And that situation, perfectly fine and easy. Awesome. Also, I think I just got a fucking Steam notification. What did I just get a message on Steam for? God damn, what is this? Send you a family invite. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it's because it's a new family system, right? You are joining the Steam family as an adult. Do you wish to proceed? Am I an adult? I don't know. As your Steam activity doesn't indicate that you are in the same household as the other. Okay. That's a strange one. I'll look into that later. When it comes to money and friends, I'd much rather lend them money than go to a payday loan company or something. Yes. No, that's the other thing, right? As well. Can't join family again until a year after you leave the last one, isn't it? Well, it's because that was always the case. So there was a family system before, but it was really shit. And it kind of had that same philosophy to it, I think. But there was also the general sharing and stuff. Now it's a way more structured system, and I do think it's cool. The thing is, I just saw it here. I'm not going to show it. But there's a fail to accept family invite. You are ineligible to join the Steam family at this time, as your Steam activity doesn't indicate that you're in the same household as the other members of this family. Which is an interesting thing, because that means they're checking IP location against it. And they don't... Okay, I'm going to say this now. Then they don't consider you family unless you're living in the same household. That's a bit of a rough one. I don't know if I agree with that, Steam. You can still keep the normal friend share or family share stuff around, which I believe is currently how, like a secondary option you have. But the old stuff's still fine. But that's an interesting thing that they're going to restrict it on. I don't agree with that. But I know why they've done it, right? It's the same argument as why, what Netflix do. Right? Netflix have the whole thing of, we don't actually want you anymore, sharing with, like, people that are your friends and potentially overseas. Which, needless to say, I know that when I was watching off Netflix, my Netflix traveled the globe a lot more often than I did. Which is always a fun one. Which, like, no offense, right? But, like, if you're gonna try and tell people that they can't share passwords or things like that with friends and family, you're really going to immediately start pissing some people off. Because you have any idea how many people just go like, you know what? It's a group of 5 people. Let's get the premium version of Netflix, which is like 25 bucks. We all put $5 towards it a month, and we all get to use it. That's great. Do that. Enable that. Don't try and stop that shit. That always leads to problems. Do I think you should be able to do it overseas? It's a bit of an argument there. I mean, again, yeah, we have to remember a company has to make money. This is the hardest thing you always have to remember is companies need to make money. There's licensing and copyright issues with sharing information, isn't there? Yes and no. There is it's a lot of gray area from memory. I will not speak to it heavily. I will openly say this. I'm not going to speak to it as if I know 100% legislative international laws around this, because I don't. I'm going to openly say that. I could be wrong with just about everything I'm saying. However, I know that it's a lot more complex than just black and white for it. I think that's part of the issue. I know with some of them, though, they've started adding in some phrasing for their terms of service that do make that difficult. And make that so it's like you shouldn't be sharing your account with non-account holders. So it becomes a difficult one. Again, this is the thing with this stuff is, I'm going to say this openly. Enforcing that stuff is how you push people to want to do piracy more. Like, I'm going to say that really openly. I just don't like how they can strip stuff out at the drop of a hat. Yeah, some of the legal stuff's a bit. But no, I'm gonna, like, this is one of those things of like, look, a company's got to make money. I'm not gonna dispute that, but enable the usage of like the account via a wider group or like larger groups. That is what you should be doing. That should be the way you should approach it. You should have family and friends and those sorts of options. Because, I'm going to be honest, if I owned a Netflix account, anyone that I know, that I care about and all that sort of stuff, I'd probably give them access to the account. And maybe they'll pay me like $5 a week or whatever. Shit like that. And that's fine. That's great. Do that shit. Why? Because what you've done is you've made it so I can pay for a higher version of it that gives me maybe higher quality. And then I can give it access to more people. And they get access to it on a much cheaper way. By doing this, you've now given more people access to this thing, and you've probably gotten more money out of it. Whereas, realistically, and this is how this kind of goes, if you don't do this, most of the time what's going to happen is that one person's going to either pay for a cheaper version of it, so you're getting less money out of them, and then the other people are less likely to actually get involved, and maybe they'll get a cheaper version. Maybe you'll get more money overall of this group, but you're also going to be getting a very good chance that some of them will just go, you know what? Fuck you, I'm just going to go pirate it. Because pirating is a service issue. Most of the time, pirating is a service issue. It's not it's not a fucking moral thing. Don't always make it a moral thing. And if you're gonna fucking berate someone for it, don't. You're a dick. Some people just can't afford to do it. Do you think it's okay for people to fully miss out because of that? It's like, look, If they can support it and they feel like supporting it, they probably will. If they can't support it because they feasibly can't, that's how it is. I mean, I will mention, in New Zealand, so I've talked about this a lot of times, but in New Zealand, we struggled for a long time because our media was always years behind and we wouldn't get everything. We would get a lot of stuff just never come to our shores for the longest time. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a good example of this. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I think, has aired on New Zealand TV maybe once. And it was not anywhere close to its release. That is a point. That is an issue. So how do we get it? Well, the DVDs aren't coming to New Zealand at this point in time either. So guess what happens? Piracy. That's a service issue. But then we still bought the DVDs. Later down the line. Hell, I mean, like, even like Overkill Dev has I think it's the Overkill Dev, has a really great comment on this, which is, while I don't 100% condone, like, they don't 100% condone piracy, they understand that, like, if it wasn't for piracy, they wouldn't have gotten anywhere near the media intake that they got when they were younger, and they wouldn't have made stuff the way they did. They wouldn't be the person they are today. It's the same argument for me. There's a preservation argument too. Yes and no, right? Like, I do agree. There's a place in overseas, I believe, that does actually have a preservation of movies and TV shows and stuff like that, and that's a cool thing. But I believe that that's like once they fall out of copyright or something. But this is the issue, where it's like, stop making it these arguments, make it arguments that these companies need to find better answers to service. And at the end of the day, there's still probably going to be like a small, even if you hit the perfect way of marketing and getting everything and accommodate for every possible user, you're still going to get people that are going to pirate. And like, this is why I say the majority of the time it's a service issue. Sometimes there are people that are just dicks and just want to pirate because they never think it's worth paying the people for the money, for what they've done. And I'm not saying that there are complete assholes for that, but I'm just saying, like, that is a case. There is some people like that. But the vast majority of people is because they cannot afford to get it. And that's why I give Pirate Software a massive amount of credit, because he made it so games were charged based on their regions. So he did his best to accommodate to the regional average of price. And by doing that, it's not just a currency change. It's a valid change that it's like, okay, this is how much it's in this country because this is the average cost marketing in this current country. That's great. That's an awesome way to do it. If more companies did that, they'd get a lot more fucking sales. But there's an argument to be immediately made. Well, why don't I just then go to a country that's not so well off and buy it from there? It's like, well, you're probably not going to stop that, but also they're probably not going to be able to play it easily either. But you're still getting your sales. I mean, there's even like famous music artists that have gone out and said they don't mind if their music got pirated because it means that people can still listen to their music. I mean, I will openly go on and say this, is like, if I ever make a game that people feel the necessity to pirate, or a large amount of people do end up pirating, I won't hold it against them. Right? Because that's me just going like, look, that's how it is. They buy it cheaper from the other country or not at all. Exactly, right? Like, again, it's that there is the service issue argument of like, well, now they're buying the game. They weren't going to buy it before, and now they're buying it. It's like, okay, so is that actually such a bad thing? Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, that's genuinely how I'd see it. Even if it was my main income source, right? If my game dev was my main income source and someone pirated my game but then told me they really loved my game, am I going to be upset with them? Fuck no. I'm like, I'm glad you got to enjoy the game. Would I definitely ask if you could support it in some way? Please do. Yes. Because I gotta eat. But that's what it is at the end of the day. Again, I'm not going to condone piracy, but I'm going to understand why it occurs and understand that it is how it is. Do your best to mitigate it yourself as the seller, and then go from there. Please buy the next one if you like it so much. I mean, fuck, I will say this now, right? Okay, again, hand up saying I don't fully condone piracy, all that stuff. I have pirated a game or two in my time, and I will openly say that there are some of them I've just bought. I've never played them ever, but I've bought, like, on Steam, for example. I've never played them on Steam, but I bought them much later down the line. Why? Because I was like, this game's amazing, this is awesome, I want to support it. But I've already played it through. So I'm not even going to say, like, buy the next one. It's just, like, support it however you feel you can. Is there merch? Are they a streamer, potentially? Like, Thor and me, for example. Like, we're examples of game devs that are streamers. If you got one of our games, pirated, and then were like, fuck, I really want to find a way to support you. If you went and donated, but preferably just buy the game. But, like, if you donated, there's a consideration there. But no, at that point in time, just buy the game. I don't care the hours are low. I don't care, whatever. You enjoyed the game, you played it, and you've paid for it. You might not have done it in what's considered the normal order, but it's fine. Support what you like. That's the big takeaway. Alright. So we've got the outfit done, now we need to do the hair. So this is 2 is when it's at its most peak going up. That's the idea. I mean, the benefit we get with, like, this game, for example, this game's free to play. This is not going to have any direct monetization available to it, nor is it going to have any suggestive monetization, because that's illegal. Because it is a fan game. And that's fine. I've said that before. Like, I'm doing this game like this because I know that's the case. There's a reason why I'm not, like, taking out a bank loan to try and make the game. Trust me, I fucking would if it was a game that I was actually, like, making to try and make my life, like, as my big project. Oh shit, okay, I gotta do something about this. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's the best way to kind of look at that sort of stuff. Some people just, like, again, it's that argument of some people just don't care about money, they care about creating. And it's great when they get enough money to just keep creating. That's the dream, yeah. That is the dream. That's the dream for the vast majority of game developers and indies and stuff like that, is that they try their best to try and find a way. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this Higo very good, am I? And I need to do something with the horns as well. That's a bit much. So what got me into VTuber world? Oh god, dude, I'm one of those people that have gone through like so many weird iterations in the VTuber space. So I've talked about this in brief before. I got interested in it. So initially I heard about it back when it was Kizunai only. So it's like 2016 or something like that. Was when I first heard about it all. And I thought that was interesting. Didn't really get into it more. Then, and I'm gonna openly say this, then the Kizuna Eye collab in Azure Lane happened. And that's when I, like, at the time, VTubers had started becoming quite popular. Specifically, like, some of the JP Holo characters like Fubuki and such. So I knew about them a little bit, but like I knew them in the loosest sense of like there was talk of them. But then that thing, that collab came out. I got interested, looked into it, and then yeah, not long after it got more and more interested in it. Then Holo EN came out. I found Iron Mouse, and I just went deeper into the whole since. So yeah, that is genuinely my my thing for it. A veteran. Yeah, like that's the weird part about it, is that like in a sense I'm in that kind of the veteran-y sort of space with it. Like not the typical sort of approach to it all, which has led me to be like really, really disenfranchised sometimes. Get this. But yeah, that's why like I've been a VTuber fan for a very long time. Is it a big scene in NZ, or is it still very niche? To give an idea, this year will be the first time there will be a Miku concert in New Zealand. New Zealand has been massive weebs for a fair while, but we've not been very openly VTuber and such. Like, genuinely, I would consider it vastly on the niche side. When I was going through university, my previous degree, not the one that I'm kind of on pause on at the moment, the vast majority of people did not know what a fucking VTuber was. And I am interacting with people my age, older than me, and far younger. Like, we're talking, these are a lot of people who have just come out of high school, and almost like 2 or 3 out of hundreds would know what a VTuber is. It's still fairly niche here in New Zealand. To be fair, so is most social media. TikTok and Snapchat have only really started kind of kicking off in the last year or two. Like, we're very behind on trends typically. We either make a joke and it becomes a trend in the world like 2 or 3 days later, or something's a world trend and then like 2-3 years later, we'll get it. And that's just kind of always how it's been. Like, food delivery was a big one for that. Like, food delivery prior to COVID basically had only just started, and it was really rare. Hell, Uber... So Uber had kind of appeared in the year or 2 prior, but like, it was barely even a taxi service at that point. Like, barely. Roll on 2027 for the VTuber outbreak then. Dude, I just want more New Zealand VTubers to be on the public scene. Because I think, like, Australia's got, like, 2 or 3 big ones, because they've got, like, Bay, for example, and such. Dude, I want to get more New Zealand VTubers on the larger scale scene. That's why I keep applying to some of the larger companies. It's because I just like the idea of there being a Kiwi VTuber. And the best case scenario is then I could, like, find a Australian VTuber and then start to, like, make some beef with them, and it'll be fun. Kokoro is Australian, isn't she? I think she is, right? Now you're making me question. I'm pretty sure, right? Is she? Because I know she's part of the, like, the Japanese team, from memory. But I think she's been... Hey, mate. Is she... Oh, what have you done? Now I'm looking. Or am I thinking of the wrong one? Because there's a lot of... Now that I think about it, yeah, there's a lot. I just know that there is a lot more Australian VTubers out there, and in a much more, like, visual space than Hirano. Ice hockey VTuber, right? Is that it? I'm reading, like, speed reading right now. Is it that one, or is it... Dude, I'm trying to read so many things right now. Because I'm thinking it's that one. Can't see anything that says. But potentially. Again, there's a lot of VTubers. I'm pretty sure every major company pretty much has a an Australian, right? I'm pretty sure Niji has an Australian as well. I don't know if... Is any of the ones in VShojo known to be Australian? Because I know like Kiara, for example, is also Australian. Right? Or no, she lived in Oz. Because, oh god, now I'm trying to remember. There's too many that are merging in my head. Because Kiara is... She's from Germany and Australia, right? Because that led to the whole 125 joke. When she was explaining like the years. Holo Kiara? Yes. Holo Live Kiara. Actually, what is her full name again? I forgot. Holy shit, how have I forgotten her... Takanashi? Kiara Takanashi? Austria. Is it? Yeah, Takanashi. God, I'm having a moment. Oh, I swear she said Australia at one point. I'm sure she said a few things that I've recognized as well. That's events, that's mascot. Trivia. Yeah, no, it is Austria. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay. No. Yeah. So it is that one. That's right. Okay, yeah. That's why I'm getting confused, because it's the joke, and then there's Bay that's actually an Australian. Because I know Bay is Australian, and you could not tell me I'm wrong on that. I swear to God, if someone... I do not need to fact check that one. I have heard her say things. There is no way she's not an Australian. Bay and Sana. Sana, that's who I was thinking of. Fuck, I couldn't remember who. I knew there was two holo girls, English holo girls that were Australian. I couldn't fucking remember. Macca's, yeah, that's one of the ones. There's a few things that Kiwis and Australians say that like single us the fuck out, and we know immediately who that we're from the same places. It's also the fact that there's certain words that are Australia, New Zealand that we say that we can't, that I know Bay has almost said as well and had to stop herself from saying, and it's been really funny. That I can't say it either is because YouTube is a bitch. There is a word that we from Europe uses it a fair bit, but Australia and New Zealand use this word a lot, and we're not allowed to use it in the C word. Because, and I'm not kidding, YouTube has its ruling that, get this, the C word is in the same category as the N word. Now, have I said it a few times on stream? Maybe. Because it just slips out from time to time. But it is a lot more of a generic word over here. Yeah, no, genuinely, if you actually read terms of service of YouTube and stuff like that, it is... But it's a term of endearment? Yeah, I mean, it's a term of a lot of things. But it's such a generic word here. That I can be talking with just about any group of friends and I can say that word and not have to worry. It's actually older generations that are normally the more annoying for that. But yeah, no, it is very funny. It doesn't help as well that like the one person that's popularized that word a bit more internationally now is actually a Kiwi, but he's not doing it as a Kiwi. And that's Carl Urban, who plays Billy Butcher in The Boys. Because there's actually two key actors in that series are Kiwis. It's him and Anthony. Anthony plays Homelander. So yeah, Butcher and Homelander are both Kiwis. And it's fucking great listening to those two in interviews. Nah, the horns don't look right if I do this. What did I do with the previous one? It was kind of like spread them out, right? Yeah. The spread works actually. Yeah, it's because like that's what I did is I have them come had them come down by one initially, but it looks really bad because it sounds weird, but it basically looks like they're not moving, but the head is, and that's a problem. So that's why I'm trying to find a better answer, and that's why I think the spread's gonna work better. Because then what I do here is I take the other one that we have, which is this and this, and get rid of those and put these ones in. Gives movement. Yeah, that's kind of why we have it in the original run for this skin. Yeah, it looks a lot better. Still more that needs to be done, but... And then this is the down. Yeah, so this is the max down for the hair. Remember, we're just working on these specific 3 frames because what we can do is with the hair is we can copy and paste it over and then just tweak it when necessary in the new ones. This is how we do it in Cheat. It's great. So with this, basically the short answer is we need to do this. And then we need to do... Oh. Yeah, this is the difficulty with this stuff. It's trying to find the best way to do really, really bad looking stuff. Who would you say is your Oshi? So I've been asked this a few times and I always struggle with it. But I think my answer is normally Iron Mouse. Because if I was to look at all of the VTubers that I watch, that I follow, that all that sort of stuff, like as an example, it's best to look at it from this perspective. When I wanted to originally make this game, I was playing Vampire Survivors very early on. And I was watching Iron Mouse at the time, and I sat there and I'm like, I would love to make a game like this with Iron Mouse in it. I did not want to do other VTubers. I wanted to do Iron Mouse. Then I saw holocure, much later down the line when I was kind of considering it. And I was like, holy shit, this is someone that did holocure, so maybe I should do Iron Mouse. And at the time, I was also watching a lot of stuff like Vox and all sorts of people, and I was just like, but I'm torn, because do I just do only VShoujo? No, because then I'm just doing holocure, but VShoujo edition. Which feels a little bit more on the nose than I would like it to be. And then I just kind of sat there and I was like, well, I kind of want to do Vox as well. Well, that leads me into a situation where I need to do more VTubers then, doesn't it? Boom. All of a sudden, I just decided to do any VTuber I liked, and that's why I added Juniper in pretty early on. We need to have these down curve. So that was kind of the reasoning to it. So have you thought about entering any of her game jams? I have. The short answer is, and I mean this with the utmost respect, she doesn't give really a great notice period for them. The first one she did was way too short of notice for me to even consider. The second one she did was, I think it was about a month notice. And even then, it was rough. And I was more focused on assignments and this at the time. Would I consider it again in the future? Maybe. I genuinely would. But I would prefer to have this game done, and that's kind of why I haven't participated in any other game jams in general. I actually have wanted to participate in a lot of game jams that have passed me by, and that is a mistake. I should have done more game jams, even at the detriment of slowing this project down, but I've been so hyper-fixated on getting this project done that I know if I was working on those, I would only be thinking about this, and it would negatively affect those. And then in the end, I just go, well, it's probably just not justifiable, really, at that point, right? But that is genuinely my rationale, is that if better notice periods were given, I would probably have participated in one. The others would suffer, and then Progress on Unite would suffer, so it's a lose-lose. Exactly. That's pretty much my reasoning. But I would like to participate in one because I think it would be a really good opportunity for me to better reach out to and kind of support someone that I thought is one of the best people in the world. Because, like, I will openly say this. Do you want to know why I would say I consider Iron Mouse the Oshi for me? Is because not many other people in general, not even VTubers, but people have made me rethink how I look at the world and how it is a mistake to let anything define you. Be it health, be it whatever. You define yourself. I put Iron Mouse on a very similar pedestal as I put Thor on. And while it may not have been her intention to kind of like breathe this sort of philosophy in, that is what I've gotten from her content. Seeing her go through such trials and tribulations and become such an amazing person that she is today is hard for me not to like look up to that person. So that's why, like, that's why I would consider her the Oshi. And that's why I've said before, like, if I ever actually got to, like, talk with her properly, I'm pretty sure I might die on the spot. Because she's just such a phenomenal person. She's someone whose success I can look at and only say good for you. Yeah, like, it's that sort of thing of just, she has earned everything that she's gotten, and she deserves it. She 100% deserves the positivity, the love that she gets, all these things, and you can't really take it away from her in any way because she's earned it. She's worked hard for it, and she is a strong person for what she has gone through to get to that point. She's raised so much for the IDF, brought so much awareness, worked so hard. Exactly, right? Like, that as well is like, I will not deny, I've known people with IDF, like immune deficiency problems through their lives and stuff like that. But it's never really been something that I would have considered to such a large capacity yet. And I think that this is the point to it, and I say this from a perspective of someone that's not medically knowledgeable on a high level, but for something that's like arguably so widespread yet so curable or so answerable, it's irritating that it hasn't had as much awareness. Like, there is answers to immune deficiency stuff that is so simple, yet it has got nowhere near enough funding and awareness in it, before at least, to do anything. And it's aggravating seeing that sort of thing. From a general consumer, general person on the street, it's like, why wasn't this thought of? A lot of people have suffered because of this. It's a general heavy medical thing that impacts people's lives. I'm very cautious on my wording there because of another perspective I have on something, but I won't go into that. I do think that there are certain problems with how medicine is treated a lot of the times where it just becomes just slap the specific bandage on the problem and then tell the person to get the fuck out. That was what mental health was for a long time, and the problem is that it's still that, but it's done it in a different way now, and it's causing more problems than it's good. Now it's everyone's got a mental health disability, or this problem or that problem, and that people are letting that define them not like find a way to use to fight it or whatever they want to do with it. It's they let it just become their person and not become a person anymore. I say this from the perspective of someone that lived with someone that justified being an awful person and messing up all the time to specific things. And it's like, no, don't hide behind things. They are part of you. They are you. Accept them. That is your fault. Does that mean that you need to work more harder than I can't help it because of X. Yeah. No, I hate that philosophy. Because again, like Iron Mouse is almost in a sense the inverse of that concept of I can do this in spite of X. I have met so many people in my life that have lost limbs, that have lost things like that, and are 100 times better than me at being an athlete, for example. Like, I know people that have lost legs and are faster runners than I because they love doing it. They don't care. They don't let X define them. They let X be a part of them, and they do it in spite of that. But it's that apathy, it's that giving upness to it that is just really frustrating to me. Because it's the worst part is when they use it as a justifiable excuse. It's that same reasoning of just like, I mean, we all make the joke of it's just like, no, Susan, you're just a bitch. It's like, no, it's not. I mean, it goes all the way to the level of horoscopes, right? It's, oh, but I'm a Pisces. It's like, no, you're just an asshole. I got nothing to do with star signs or jack shit like that. Oh, you're born under a specific moon? Well, how about you fuck off? It's cool to believe in things, but do not let them define you. Do not let them construct such a concept around you that you can no longer be a person. So yeah, that is my big gripe with that sort of stuff of the modern system of how we look at that stuff. Oh yeah, I'm a Scorpio, so I'm like this. Yeah, no, you're just an awful person. Exactly. So that's my kind of gripe with that mental health thing, because it's basically just the same as what we had before, but it's the opposite of what we had, where before it was take a concrete pill and just stop being a little bitch. Now it's, oh no, we have to label you with 70 different things, and now you can't, you have all of that. It's like, no, it's good to know when something's wrong, because then you know what's going wrong, so then you can accommodate for it, you can work to it. And now there's Myers-Briggs for the horoscope deluxe. Oh god. But yeah, that's kind of that thing. And I speak this all from the perspective of, I understand it's very difficult for a lot of these people in a lot of ways. Again, I've lived with them. I know people that have families with these kids. When I was growing up, one of my best friends had a little brother with ADHD, and I learned really early on in my life what it is like to deal with that sort of thing, because I went over to his place all the time. I'd hang out with him and I interacted with this kid, and the kid was bright. He just didn't have the same filters, the same check marks that we have. And nowadays I've met him, he's perfectly fine. I don't see anything going on. But that's because he had a good nurturing environment and people that were willing to work with him and help him get to the point where he could actually make the objective changes that he needed to for himself. I know I don't handle X situation very well, so I learn a way to manage that for when I encounter the situation. Yeah. It's finding your answers. Because this is the thing, this is why I struggle with this concept, like these complaints, and I think I can define it really well with this. I struggle because every person is different as it is. Finding an answer to how you solve a situation is how everyone works. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder, but you need to find your answers to your situations, to how you handle things. And then you get these people that go, but I have this. It's like, so do these people, and yet they can manage. Oh, but it's different. It's like, yeah, exactly. Find your answer. There are answers. There is always an answer. You need to find it. I'm not going to say it's an easy answer that you'll find overnight. I'm not going to say it's an answer you'll find in 10 years. I don't know, but just don't blame it on X. X is a part of you. Own it. That is a big thing. Do not blame something else for your shortcomings. Accept your shortcomings, accept your weaknesses. The rest of us try and do that as it is. We all have weaknesses, we all have strengths. I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. Yeah, that was my flatmate from last year. It's like, hey, you have this. This means this helps you and this helps you. Oh, but I haven't tried that, but I don't want to. But I'm struggling. It's like, what? Isn't it? What? No, I'm not kidding, by the way. That is actually pretty much a conversation I had with them. It was so aggravating. Alright, now we can flip this here over to the things. Oh, also should get the other. Is it that one that we've got as the baseline? Yeah. So we need this one. That's the most up. So what is the most up? It's this one. So there. Keep applying to those agencies too. I've got mixed feelings about applying to agencies. I'll actually say this very openly. So one thing I will say about applying to VTuber agencies is the problem I have with them is I like being independent and free and capable of making my own decisions. I don't like having kind of these authoritative figures over the top of me that can dictate too much. And with some of the negativity on certain agencies, they've definitely immediately put me off the concept. That's why when VShojo did theirs, I applied for that because I was like, this is exactly kind of what I'd want, is that it's there to facilitate you quite well. Looks really cool for that. I'm fine with taking a little bit of a beating towards like, oh, you need to bend the knee to this and that. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is compromising myself. And that's where even Hololive, with Hollow Stars, for example, becomes a little on that kind of edge walk of that. Because, yeah, in the short, kind of my conclusion is that I've come to is I probably long-term don't want to apply to an agency. I probably just want to be independent. But in saying that, I also acknowledge that I'm probably not too locked in with that. I mean, I've said this to friends, like, I've considered being a VTuber a few times. The only reason I haven't is because, I don't think I'm capable of making something, that would be adequate enough and I'd be happy with, to do it myself, and I don't have the money to commission someone. Agency for a year or two, then indie. See, that's what I've considered. Genuinely, that's what I've kind of considered a few times, is like, just go in, get the understanding, the foundation, the roots, and like all of that good and ready, and then use that to springboard myself into the next thing. But this is the difficulty that comes in. I've talked about this on a short. Corpo VTubers actually have a lot of work to do. There is so much that they have to do in their free time, or like the time they're not streaming. That would mean me as the person I am, I don't know if I'd be able to keep doing the stuff I'd want to do, which is game dev. Because realistically speaking, do you think HoloLive or HoloStars would hire someone that wants to be a game developer on stream? It's probably not quite what they want at the moment. And that's fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but that's kind of the thing where you get, where it's like, it's not quite the content I'd want. I'm not great at singing. I'm tone deaf, and I've worked very, very hard in my life in more recent years to actually fix a lot of my singing problems, but I'd still probably not be adequate enough for what they want for just a singing role. Gaming, sure I can do that. Comedy, sure I can do that. Wisdom, sure I can do that, but it's not quite what they really want, as well as that's already quite saturated in the VTuber space. That's why if I was to approach it, I want to approach it uniquely, and uniquely would probably be game dev. So that's why I say, like, it starts getting into this complicated space of what would you do? Given Holo Indie on board now, you could make an argument and get to work with. Yeah, honestly, that's actually a valid point. I think you've got a good argument there. That's definitely an aspect, but like realistically speaking, and I say this like completely thing, I would probably have a better chance reaching out to these companies directly and going, hey, do you want someone to basically run a game studio for you? Because, like, I'm not even kidding. I could probably make like Minecraft mods, those sorts of things. That's probably not outside of scope. Things like that, and I would probably have a better time reaching out to them as a commissionable programmer than I would as a VTuber that does programming. But this is where it gets to that kind of like, what sells better? It's like, would a VTuber agency really want to have basically a like off-brand pirate software? Because then that means they're competing with pirate software. Do they think they can do that? Do they think that's worth it? Do they think it's wise? It's probably not marketable enough. I don't have anything released currently, so there's also that as an argument. If I was like 5 games in release cycle and have made plenty of money, then that'd be a consideration. But also at that point, why would I go for a company when I would just be indie at that stage? Because I'd probably be able to afford it if I had 5 games, and at least 3 of them had been successful. Or 2 of them had been successful even. The highest likelihood I would be having a lot of audience crossover to, yeah. Like, it's the kind of depressing reality of a lot of concepts with that. And it's not to say, like, this is a horrifically bad thing or anything like that. It's just, I've given it my shots. I will keep giving it my shots when I feel like it's worth it. But realistically speaking, is it what I want? Probably not. I mean, VShojo is probably the best example of what I'd want out of that sort of environment. But realistically, I would probably prefer to be independent and have like my own private stuff. Again, I cannot stress enough, best case scenario to me is I basically am just pirate software but maybe as a VTuber, or maybe just as myself. Well, I mean, I would be as myself, but like that kind of concept of just something along those sorts of lines. And I would be fine with the audience crossover of that. I don't want to be as big as Pirate Software. That sounds fucking stressful. But I would prefer to be in that space where, like, one of the things I keep putting in my advertisement, like my submissions for these, is in a lot of my friend groups, I ended up being called the dad, right? Because I'm excessively responsible, pay attention to everyone that's going on, and am grumpy and cynical. Like, even in groups where I'm not the oldest person there, I was often called this. And that's also because they come to me and go, hey, I have this problem, can we talk through it, or can I get a suggestion? And I'll sit there and kind of, as I do on stream, I work through an idea with them, and I don't give them an answer, I lead them to the ability to come up with an answer themselves. I don't tell them specifically, you do this, unless it's a very strict thing. But even if I do, I preface it with the concept of, look, this is my suggestion, you could probably do this. Best example of this is I have one of my good friends has had some issues in his workplace a few times, and one of my things I go with is like, hey, look, if I was in your situation, what I'd be doing is I would be getting a paper trail going for some of this stuff. Make sure you're really smart about this. Do not interact with the problem directly, just make the paper trail, make it known that you're having a problem with this. And from there you can kind of develop something if need be. Because the moment you create a paper trail, and if the paper trail is long enough and good enough and solid enough, you have a valid argument regardless of something may be a little bit over the top. It's really important to do that sort of stuff. But again, that was my suggestion to him. He did that, and it worked out for him. I don't like to kind of do this all the time in such a public setting, but like, one of the biggest things I have going for me is that very few times in my life I have given advice and it be followed and go poorly for the person. That's one of the best things I've got going for me, because I don't give stupid advice. I try and give advice that the individual can understand, they comprehend, and they believe in. They get out of it what they want. Because anything else is a waste. Why waste their time and my time is the kind of thing on that. That's why I get annoyed at some of the friends that I've had that have not listened to that advice, and then something has gone... To give an idea, and I use this with the loosest sense, I gave someone advice at one point, they disregarded it, stopped being friends with me, and then ended up in jail not long after. And that always kind of cemented in my head the ego trip that is, when I give advice, it's probably worth listening to. Because I can tell you for some certainty, if he listened to that advice, he would not have been in jail. So that's where kind of like that importance comes in, is valuing who you're talking to as well, listening to what they actually say, because that's the other big thing that I think a lot of people mistake when it comes to this sort of concept is, this is not me saying I know right, it's I'm listening to you and actually working with you to find an answer that works best for you. And yeah, no, it is a bit painful when it's just that, it's literally they do the thing you told them not to do, and it's just like, wow, and guess what? It ended up exactly how I told you it was going to end up. And they're crying on the floor, and you're like... Yep. Yep. Alright. Yep. But at the end of the day, I always look at those situations in the same kind of concept, the same sort of like lens. How did I get my advice? How did I understand all of these things, right? Give them the Nick Cage reaction face. It's fair. Yeah, I can't do it. But how did I get a lot of my experience that leads to my advice? Well, I got it via doing it myself. I've done a lot of stupid things in my time. I think everyone's done a lot of stupid things, but I've done a lot of stupid things. I've done a lot of things I would look back and go, I regret doing that, but I've learned from it. I learned. I look back, I reflect over things, I review it, I understand why things ended the way they did, move on from that, alright? Like, I used to be really, really depressed a lot because of me looking back, but then I found a way to use that positively, right? We all look back at our mistakes we made in, like, when we were 7 and pissed our pants in front of every one of your friends, and you're like, ah, shit, right? Like, we've all been there. But like nowadays I review back and go like, well, why did that happen? Oh, well, I probably drank too much and I was too busy valuing the time I was hanging out with these people and then go to the bathroom earlier and stuff. What would I do if I was to do that again? Well, go to the bathroom earlier. Right. Go to the bathroom the moment you're about to go hang out with everyone means that you wouldn't have impacted the time that you're actually hanging out with them. Cool, done. Review over. Now, I'm giving a very childish example, but like, imagine that, but you're in your teens or in your 20s, and you review those moments, and you're like, oh, okay. But it's because I made mistakes that I have the advice I can give today. So, if they don't listen to my advice and make mistakes, that's also, in a sense, it means that maybe next time they'll be more willing to listen to me. And it means that next time that happens to them, they will have experience to call back from and go, oh, no, I don't want to do that again. That went badly for me last time. I've learned. Also, a lot of people do have like an anxiety about if you tell someone you're doing something wrong and you tell them the correct way to do it, they won't often want to do it in front of you because they're afraid they're going to mess up. So then they often default back to the original thing that they did as a mistake. Which is a really annoying habit of a lot of people out there in the world. This is very much the case. It's very frustrating. I speak on more than enough experience on that situation. In fact, my main experience for that is, so I've talked about this before, I have done a lot of cook training in my time. My ex would cut things really, really stupidly. That was extremely dangerous, and I taught them the correct way to do it, and they refused to do it. And that's probably because they had anxiety about doing it correctly in front of me. So they got to the point where they just didn't want to cut things. To be fair, they couldn't cook for shit, so wasn't actually the end of the world that they didn't do it. But... and you might be going, wow, you're being really mean. It's like, yeah, well, also, they couldn't cook for shit. Cat sits on a hot stove. The cat won't sit on the hot stove again. The cat won't sit on a cold stove either. Yeah, no, exactly. You've pretty much nailed it there, right? Is if something's painful, they're just not gonna, like, just don't do it. And it's a fair reaction. We all do it. We all have that sort of reaction to these things. The wiggle's so fucking cute. I like the horns moving that much. That's actually really funny. Mark Twain nailed it. Not me, unfortunately. That's fair. That's fair. To be fair, Mark Twain's a very Amazing individual. I don't know how I feel about the hair. I think that's, maybe it's a little bit too much of a flick to go the curve down. But I do think that's overall kind of what we want. I do love the fucking horn wiggle is just really cute to me. It's really, really silly looking, but it's really cute. Do I want the hair like that? I think that's fine. Yeah, like, I think it's fine like that, because it's good enough for that, yeah. Alright. It's only been almost 2 hours of just chatting shit. S3. And not an update in skins. Export. Cool, so now we can kind of think about how we want to actually handle this data. There's actually a fairly simple solution to this, but you know. Been a good 2-hour chat. I mean, like, that's the thing. I've talked about this before. I do best when I can just talk. If I want to work, I'll work. Right? It's like, oh, but you're working really slow on stream. I've said this before. Like, I want to actually get the work done. I'll get it done. The amount of time I spend on this project outside of stream is insane. But it's really good to work on this on stream because it helps my mental, and there's all sorts of other stuff to it going on. It's great. Who's on the shaker? So this is the limited edition Aura one. Aura GX. The Opera GX browser gremlin. It is the first one I ever got of those. I only have another one, and it was the free one I got at some point. But yeah, like I like that design. I like it too. But no, I got that last year. Last year? No, I got it early this year because it was the only one I've pre-ordered, so it took ages to get here. But yeah, no, this was kind of in a sense my Christmas present to myself last year. As well as Aura is one of the main VTubers I was there for when they pre-debuted, when they debuted, and most of the way through their career. And fun fact, if you actually go to the debut stream for Aura, you'll see my name as one of the credits. I am actually credited as someone that has helped. So Aura has a very special place in my heart for that. She's an awesome person as well. So is Quick, by the way. They are both stinky, though. Gotta see her sing at the Expo. Oh, damn, I'm envious of that. That's one of the things I hate about being in New Zealand is we don't really have very many of like conventions outside of Armageddon, which Armageddon is definitely a lot more catered towards TV movie. It has some animation guests, but very rarely. Oh, I mean, like, no, there's 1 or 2 animation guests like every time, and they're pretty cool people. I mean, fun fact, I met Yuri back when he was doing Ben 10 Ultimate. He was awesome. I'm so glad that he's gotten a lot more awesome roles since. He's been Spider-Man now, and all sorts of things. Helldivers as well. I love his voice in Helldivers. One of the reasons I do kind of want to play it is just because Yuri's in it. So... Did meet Merryweather too? Oh, dude. Okay, I'm very envious of that. Mary seems like a fucking fun troll that I would love to meet. He's a very, very fun individual. I have followed along with him as well for a good fair while. I remember the early days of him posting the stupid ass comics. He was hilarious. I expect that. I wholeheartedly expect him to be like a fucking trolley fun fellow. Okay, what I'm gonna do... So, sorry, I am thinking on this. He did a panel with Sanaka. Oh, okay. Sakana, sorry. Oh. All right. Because, okay, so explaining what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to change how sprites are inputted. That's going to be the big thing. So what we'll probably do is we'll have an array inside of an array, and then it will be an indexing for which skin it is. It's probably how we're going to do it. So we have the skin index. There's another index we need to have, which is assist char index equals... I'm just gonna have it as equals 0 for now. And I'm gonna manually select that later. So, okay, this is part of a problem that I have talked about a little bit on stream, and I want to get resolved at some point. So currently, when making the character array, there is a thing that the other developer that works on this a little bit did to make it easier on himself, but has actually caused a lot of problems for me now, which is this. So here he sorts the entire array into a alphabetically ordered version of it. The problem is, and I'll explain this from my perspective on this, and especially now, is that by ordering it this way, if I introduce a new character, we need to introduce a system to accommodate for when a new character is added. Right? So we'll have to figure out, because I don't know if it's actually very obvious, but fun fact, when you load up the game, look at what character I'm in the game. Right? So I'm Aura right now. If we switch to Shy Lily and quit the game, and then launch the game, do you know what's going to happen? Look, I'm playing as Shy Lily. Why is this? That's because I saved the index. But the problem is that the index is set to this edited version of the array, not this. Which means that if I add another one, regardless of if I change this to always being alphabetical or what, it's always going to have an offset point. What I've actually suggested, and I think I have it in here, and this hasn't been posted through yet because this is on this current thing that needs to be done, is that the character and their origin index gets pushed into an array, and then they reorganize from there the names. And they do that in a unique array for the UI, so that character select is still ordered correctly, but it doesn't influence my stuff. because it's long term. If I want to keep adding characters, it's gonna just get more and more dangerous, because there will be certain values I have to start saving to ensure things don't go wrong. But yeah, so skin index will be default to 0. And then what we will need to do is... Can they not reference the same array? So what I'm confused by personally is why they couldn't just make like a copy of the array and reorder that copy. Because this is supposed to be just like the raw data array. So it's confusing to me that they could not make a local, like a temporary version of this original array that they use from their position. Because that's what I would have done if I wanted to reorder it instead of reordering the raw data version. That's very dangerous. So now I need to find... Like, again, it's one of those, like, this is the other developer, this is something they did ages ago as well, and because of the way they've done it, I don't have an answer to resolving it. Not an easy one. Because they've used hard-coded values for it, which makes it really... I've played around with it a few times trying to change it, and it just keeps exploding on me. Because they've used like macros and stuff like that for it, which create a bit of a problem. Pretty lost at this kind of level, but from a logic perspective and thinking of just as data, yeah, never play with raw. Yeah. Like, to probably give the best example, I think I can clear most of this. I can clear most of it, not all of it. Okay. To explain kind of it in the simplest way, because this is actually a really cool way of showing it. So think of it as, here is our array of characters. Or array char. It's not what it's called, but hey. So this is the array of characters. This is all of the structures. This is where we have our raw data for each of the characters. What is currently being done is once this is created, then it is sorted, and then it is used externally. So it's basically, it's taken from here, it's sorted, and then it's sent off to use in all of the several different locations that it might need to be, including like the UI, the character select, stuff like that. But it is using this one. What my change that I would like to see done is taking the character list, what was it, array char, and then taking this to a location, making a temp copy when necessary that saves the index of where it was in the original, and then sends that to the UI and such. Basically only to the UI, because that's the only place that cares about it. So it has an ordered array. Because it's the only location that actually cares about it being ordered that specific way. Whereas everywhere else doesn't give a single shit about it being that way. So this can then be sent to other locations for data. without that being a problem, as well as it means if we have it as the old, like, to more visually show it, if we have it as the old system, when we add in a new character, they'll be added in based on the A to Z indexing. Right? Which means that the index or that's saved, so if I was say index character 3, what if this character has a earlier, and the index character has a B as their thing, now a new A character is added, this index gets pushed along by 1, so this actually is index 4 now, not 3, but this is still giving me index 3. So it's a new character that you've got all of a sudden. Which could potentially, this is the big thing, potentially push it so you're playing a character you haven't unlocked. I imagine that. What if it's a character that you might not have unlocked yet? Now I'm using low numbers, but like imagine if we had 20 characters, that's actually a lot more understanding. So this is where like this, having it ordered this way doesn't help the grand scheme of things. It helps only in like the, basically, here's the full game that's getting affected by this character array. Here's the section that is affected by it being ordered by, or actually let me draw this somewhere you can actually see, because I just realized I drew that behind the thing. So this is, this circle here is everything that's affected by the character array in the game. This would be everything that might use values from it, yada yada yada. Here is the section that is affected by it being ordered correctly in that way. So that means all of this area that does not care isn't affected by it. And fun fact, this then, based on what I actually have here, this is the area here that's affected by it negatively. So this is greater than this section. So this is greater than this section over here. Because of that, therefore this should take priority on the way it's data structured. It's the best way to kind of like look at it. When you have an issue of two conflicting points, look at what is larger in scale and then accommodate to that. What's being currently accommodated for is the smaller in scale, and that's because the other person found it to be better for them. And that's fine at the time, didn't matter. Now it does. Because now I'm path of least resistance. Exactly. So that's why I do want to get that changed. Because to give a maybe more clear example, if I was to save which skin you're using on what character to a file, how would I save that? Let's go back to here and draw it. Well, my intention is that when it, like either on end or change of this value, it will push to the save file in the position of the index, so in the array at I location, it would push in the value of the new skin. But if I did that currently, it would not work. Why? Because I would have to do it after ordering. And then if I introduce a new character, it's completely fucked. Because I wouldn't be able to just do like a for loop for it. I would have to manually write out a lot of things. Because that's the thing I want to try and be able to do, is that at the end of game, I kind of like, or at the start of the thing, I kind of want start of everything. It will just for loop through the array. That's like internal. Now, could I do this again? Like, could I do this after the names have been changed around? Yeah. But then that means I can only do that at this time, and then data structuring becomes dangerous, because if something changes with the data location at any point, this is completely screwed. If we make the that stuff more localized, it also means we can sort characters in different ways. Because at the moment it's sorted only alphabetically. What if we want to sort it by like most playtime, most wins, most anything like that? Immediately we're going to have to introduce the system I'm explaining anyway. So why not just introduce that system and create it safer from there? That's the shorthand of it. So could the indexing be a float instead to allow for like 3.1 to be added, which wouldn't push the 3 to 4? I mean, yeah, but what's the advantage that I would kind of get from that? Because I can technically, Game Maker doesn't work in strict floats and integers in most situations. You can use both pretty interchangeably, which is a good and a bad thing for data reasons. Like, you look here, there's no actual defining thing of when these actually matter. It's just number. There we go. Because like, I'd be interested to see kind of like what you're thinking with that, because it's just, I don't see the advantage of turning into decimal that changes anything. So now, where do I set that stuff up? Trying to remember. Characters split. I was just thinking it would allow for additions without fully changing the index number of other entries. I mean, it's... yeah, no, I don't think it would work that way, if I'm understanding correctly. so when working with an array, it's very strict, right? The item in position 1, item in position 0 is the first item, yada yada yada. So if I request index 0 item, then it's that. If I request index 0.5, I don't think that works. I don't think that changes anything. In fact, I think that would probably throw an error. So this is the function we're looking for. Here. So this is getting changed to sprites, and then character dot skin index. Zero. One. Two. So if you put it in terms of Excel, because that's unfortunately what I use the most, it's all good. There's no reason to be that unfortunate with that. It's a good thing. It'd be like adding an entry into a table. The row number will still moves if you add entries into the table. Oh no, yeah, that's not how that would work. Sadly, when you insert it, you just shift the entire array and you change it. I get what you mean. Yeah, sadly enough, that wouldn't work. But now I understand where you're coming from. Okay. But yeah, no, unfortunately, no. Cool idea, though. Hey, it's good to always suggest ideas, because then I can at least think on them. And I can develop from there. So, I wanted to launch the game, because this should actually work. No, it won't. No, it won't. No, it won't. Because we need to change everything in here to now be doubled. God, that was almost going to be a fucking hysterical mistake. This is like the only actual change I need to make to these, by the way. This is why I'm designing it the way I am. I bet you there's going to be another crash, though. I know there's another crash that I just realized can exist. But I don't know where it will be, and this is actually the fastest way of letting it crash to find where it is. So I'm going to run it in debug mode to find it faster. Plus, it's technically something that shouldn't be the case anymore. So run this in debug mode so it causes a crash. It will crash at character select, specifically. Oh, yeah, that's gonna throw error. because that's actually not going to select correctly. That's fine. But no, there's an error that's going to be with the character thing. I have a couple of errors when I change the movement keys from arrows to WASD. Oh, I actually have a really simple solution for that. So how do you know the code that you need for letters? Or are you doing it in visual? Because then I might actually have a bit of a harder time. Or have you solved it? Sorry. I like how it goes. But yeah, no, it's really nice when it actually does throw you the errors that it has, so you can kind of find it easily. So what was this error again? This was sprite not being set. Global player sprite. Character sprite. And object controller main. Let me do this in debug so I can find it faster. God, why does it run it like that? Ended up doing it with keyboard check. Okay, so if I go to input management, get input, we're looking for, yeah, this is what I'd personally recommend. So keyboard check pressed is always a good shout. Because the I can't remember the difference right now. Let me pull it up. This is also the best part. Press F1 to immediately get launched the manual based on what you're hovering over. Unlike the check function, this will only return true in the step the key is pressed down. There you go. It's checked pressed is constant checking of it being the case. Check is just checked if it's been done, I think. Which are only triggered functions which are only triggered once when the key is pressed or released. This function is triggered every step that the key is held down for. So, okay. Yeah, no, this will explain it better. This means that it's only running code when it is pressed down. It's basically an if check. So it's a little less processing. That would be my, like, soft recommendation of a micro adjustment, not essential. But that's what I tend to use a lot of the time. It's really, really useful for when you want to do, like, incrementals as well. And it's... yeah, it's basically, it's just useful for when you want to do incrementals. There's also a lot of other little things I can force with this. This is something I hate that I do, but I do it nonetheless. Because when, like, menus and rooms swap, you can be holding down a button and there's, like, no clear delay system I have. This was what I did. I really don't like it, though. But this is basically saying, like, is it going through an input reset? Check the stuff, otherwise everything's just false, and it's forced being false. I don't like this. There's surely a better way of doing it. But yeah, that's a little soft thing that I remember checking a lot. I don't do it with some things though. Yeah, here we go. So when you want to hold down something for incrementals, you do the normal check like you've got. when you want to just have it as a normal thing, it's pretty good. So for mouse, you should almost always use pressed for mouse. But it's basically saying, hey, it's a push down, cool, then just, you got the value. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's probably a better way of doing everything there that I did. In fact, I'm 100% certain there's probably a better way. Where was the debugger again? It was in room start on the main object, and we need... Where was the player thing? We need... No. Yeah, so this... Why am I doing this here? Why am I doing it this way? I shouldn't be doing it at all then. Let's try this. Does this drastically affect the game? Interesting. But yeah, so this is what I expected. Just fuck it, be lazy. So what do I want to do? I want to run in special debugger mode so I can find that code and change it. Yeah. I'm trying to think why I do all of the things I do. The problem is, as well, is my input code is very legacy. I should probably go over and look over it now that I'm thinking on it more and more. Because there's a good chance I'm probably doing something wrong there. God damn it. Stop hard coding everything. Alright, try this. So I see here, this is kind of what I mean, is a lot of these are really hard-coded in a way that I need to edit so many things when I go back into them. And I bet if I use assist right now... That's a crash? That's a crash. Because of the same crap. Try that again now. There we go. So we have that now. So now we go to the player. There needs to be a way to find and change all the references. Yeah, I do agree with that to an extent. Like there's some, so one thing I will say, there's a concept of dry code. Dry code is a very important concept you'll learn if you end up doing a lot of coding. Okay. So dry code's very important. Dry code is the concept of if I'm doing something here, and it is the same as something here, and it is the same as something here, and it's the same as something here, and they're exactly the same, but I've rewritten the same function in these 4 locations, what should I do? Should I not then just make a function up here that fits all of these locations as a parenting factor? This is very important for coding. This means that you are writing less and your memory storage is like your actual data you're storing on the computer is probably slightly, very minorly better. But what happens when we have this one thing over here that's kinda like these, but not? Do we change this original to the to accommodate this one outlier? No, probably not. That's getting too dry. You don't want it as dry as a desert, but you want dry code. So hard coding certain things is fine. It's not per se the end of the world. It's just the problem I have in that sense was and a lot in general the UIs, there's a lot of things that are hard coded into it and they're really interconnected in so many separate locations that as someone looking in from an outside perspective, it's really hard to find where all of them work, to the extent that the safest way I have is forcing it to be wrong and just going through the errors over and over and over again, which is not really a great way of doing it. But it is what it is, right? So there's no correct answer. I want to say this. There is no truly correct answer to these things, because it could be dry, but then it could turn into dry as a desert and it becomes this really awful experience to try and work with. But that's the reason why I have constructors the way I do, is the constructors handle a lot of these situations external to them. So the advantage we have here is I can now start making groups. Base. Move them into here. And make another group. Skins. No. I'm just gonna call it season 3. S3. Because there's no reason to like name them differently at this point. And then I'm going to duplicate you, drag you here, duplicate you and drag you here. And we're going to call this SP Iron Mouse S3. We're going to edit the image. Image, import strip image. Now the reason why I did it as a copy like that is because it means that all of the settings that I have for this, like its location of origin and all that, doesn't change, and it's just faster. It means also the FPS is the same, which is also kind of an impactful factor. Because keep in mind that I do actually tune the FPS of the running and the walking very particularly. Cool. So now, if we go back to here with the player characters, that's all things. So here we go. Iron Mouse. Let's do. How do you decide on the FPS values? Magic numbers. I'm not kidding. If you want to know how I decided that the idle animation should be 3 FPS and the running animation should be 10 FPS, it was because I press this here, I look at this and I go, this needs to be faster. Oh, that's too fast. 12. Oh, it's still kind of too fast. 7. Oh, that's really too slow. Oh, 10's looking a bit nicer. Because it starts as 30, I believe. Not kidding. That's why it's a standard across the board for all of the FPSs. So if you think this FPS looks right, it's because I spent hours playing around and figuring out which one looked right. You think it looks wrong? That's probably fair. Same argument there. I could play around for a few more hours and find a slightly better one. I'm not kidding. There is some things you just magic number. You just keep going until you find what you want. So we're just going to use the same splash here. It was character index and then it was skin index, right? No, this is the thing that we want. Okay. So I'm going to set this as 1. And now when we launch, if I pick Iron Mouse in the menu as well, it shouldn't look normal in the menu. But when I click on her, it will be not her sprite. Yeah. So in here, it looks like a normal version. Here, it's the new version. God, the horn wiggle is still so cute to me. It's like an ear wiggle, but really funny because it's bone and it shouldn't be wiggling that much, but it's so So that is how it can be done hard-coded. Now, obviously we don't want that long-term. There is going to be an option so you can select your skin somehow. I'm probably going to ask for it to be in the character select. Like in here somewhere, there will be like a drop-down and you select your skin. But there we go. So that is now a skins system in the game. The thing we need to change is, well, no, there's two things we need to do. We need to have a way of changing the skin. So I'll make a function for that. Well, that's probably what we'll do next. And then we're going to need to have a way of saving that. Like saving that data and all that. I'm hesitant, again, this is one of those problems. I'm hesitant to work on that at the moment because it's not going to work correctly. Because, yet again, it's not, it's the indexing will be wrong on a regular basis. Oh, Apple is trying to sell me its new phone. Cute. I haven't bought a new phone from you guys in a long time. Yeah, I'm an Apple user, so you can sue me. That's always the thing that I laugh at the most with that concept, right? It's like, oh, you're an Apple user. Like, I don't associate with Apple. I use Apple because I used shit phones until I got given for free an iPhone 3GS by a mate because it got run over by a truck and it was broken mostly. Used that for ages and then like got offered a iPhone 5 for like $150 secondhand. Used that and then I got this phone that I have now, which is an iPhone like 10 or something. Genuinely, that's why I have an Apple, is because I was given an Apple originally and it's easier to transfer an Apple to an Apple. And I have nothing else that I think towards it. But yeah, it is what it is. Oh, dude, sorry, I just saw a meme, that like slightly makes me, it just reminds me, I really want to play the new Warhammer game. It's the Space Marines 2. That looks so much fun, and I've heard so much positivity about it. That's just, it looks, oh, I'm always down for a few memes for the Emperor. Get used to the UI and everything as well, but phones are just, if it works, it works. Yes! No, 100%, right? Gina played it the other night, but I fell asleep before I actually saw gameplay. I've not seen full gameplay, I've just seen clips here and there, and they look so good! Oh, that game looks like it nailed it. I have no idea how to start with the series. I have no idea either. The problem is that that's Warhammer 40k is such a huge universe that it's just probably not feasible to find a correct answer of where to start, eh? Like, it's possibly one of the I don't think people realize, it's probably one of the largest sci-fi universes we have, because so much gets put into it easily. And it, theoretically as well, the best part of it is that it is so just up to the fans' decision as well. Like, they can read something and go, you know what? I just don't care enough to care about this. That's fine. The fact that it's lore-rich makes it so appealing. Oh, dude. It really is. It's a fucking phenomenal for some of the stuff. I have to say, I still don't know who I'm going to pick. If I was to pick a Warhammer 40k faction to actually, like, play as, I don't know. Because when I was younger, and I still kind of think this way, but when I was a kid, I loved the idea of the Tyranids. I fucking love it because I love giant alien fucking beasties eating shit and destroying shit and all that. I love the Zerg for that same reason in StarCraft. So it's a bit of a selling point for me there. But like, oh, I don't know. The orcs seem really fucking awesome as well. Me pick up brunch. Me think brunch gun. Bang, bang, bang. So that's a fucking brunch though. What the fuck? I love it. And I love how many people say, it's like, no, that's not how orcs work. It's literally how they work. What do you mean? It's their mechanic. I like the fact that there's like the fan theory that the only reason the Emperor is still alive is because the orcs believe he should be alive, so therefore he's alive. That's why I was always interested in the Shadows of Babylon 5. Oh, yes. Oh, I love the Shadows in Babylon 5. Oh my god. You just unlocked several childhood memories of, I can't remember his name, but the dude that's like the Shadow Broker. Oh, I loved him. I mean, that's also why I like it starts with V. The Vaughn? No. What were the Angel faction? I can't remember the name of the Angel faction. With the living ships as well. Vorlon, thank you. Yeah, like, I loved them as well. Dude, the ship being alive is awesome. It's just so cool to me. Because that's why, like, the special ships that they make for the Alliance are so cool as well, because they take Vorlon tech, human tech, and Mumbari tech. Yes, I actually remember a lot about Babylon 5. Do not test me on this. I loved that series so much. I still think it is the best TV series to have ever been created to this day. I genuinely do believe that. But yeah, no, the shadows in Babylon 5 were always just one of the coolest fucking things ever. Just the ship going around and being like this thing that actually blends in with space as well. Oh, it's so cool. So fucking cool. Oh, you've set me on a fucking rant now. God damn it. Because you've got the Mumbari, you've got Jakar, which he was... What was he again? I remember, because I remember all the stuff about that race. Because they were the slaves of the basically the Europeans in space. God. Characters in that were so good. So good. Like, Jakar was, because Jakar was also, if I recall correctly, the actor for Jakar is actually the actor for Giles in Buffy the Vampire Slayer as well, from memory. It's just he's under, like, heavy fucking makeup. And prosthetics. Oh, now I want to look at... I want to rewatch Babylon 5. What have you done? Yeah, Anthony Head. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Anthony Head that plays Jakar, isn't it? Babylon. Jakar. Because, yeah, him and Lando, the truest gay couple. Was that? No! It was Andreas. Oh, that's right. Sorry. No, I got that wrong. They always were very similar to me. That's why. Yeah, it was Andreas, Cathos, and Andrew Morgado. Did the voice of it in one of the things. Why did I... So sure it was him. It's been so long since I watched it, dude. I haven't watched it in a few years. I need to rewatch it though. But yeah, you got Lando. Oh. He is a Nan. There you go. The Nan. The Nan. They were slaves to us. The Lynn, John Sheridan. Oh god, so many. Again, the way that story is constructed is something that I don't think any TV show has really ever been able to redo and portray it in a way that is just so good. Wanted to do your next watch through in the director's preferred order? That's interesting, actually. Yeah, that'd be a cool way of doing it. I mean, do you know about one of the coolest parts of that? So, that show pushed sci-fi on TV, its graphics and stuff like that, like the visual effects, far beyond what was normally the case for a show funded that low, because they only had one writer, and it was, Michael. You can't remember his last name because it's Russian and it's long, and I apologize. But he was the only writer, and the beautiful thing was nobody knew what was going on greater than 3 episodes ahead of what was happening until the end of the 4th season, when they were threatened of cancellation or not getting renewed, and they made the final episode in preparation, which ended up they did end up getting renewed, which means that they replaced that final episode with the weird episode where, like, I think it was one of the Sector 7 dudes or something like that going through reviewing all the events. Which is why the final episode in the 5th season is a time skip, because it was originally also a time skip, but it was made at the end of season 4. Yeah, sorry, not the director's order. It was the creator, Michael Yeah, it's like Strikovansky? Yeah, I'm not gonna get it right, eh? There's no way I'm gonna get it right. Babylon 5. Strakvaski? Ah, my Russian's really bad. But no, God, that show was good. I've actually met Bruce Boxenliner, by the way, in real life. He's awesome, by the way. He's such a Chad. God, when did that show actually come out? 1994. First episode in January 1994. But yeah, so it got away with that because the writer, the creator of it, he was the only writer. And nobody knew what was going on. Pre-Deep Space Nine? Was it? No, it was same time. I think Deep Space Nine started slightly earlier and then ended later. Because that one, let's see. Deep Space Nine, 1993 to 1999. So technically the networking rights for Babylon 5 start in 1993, but it aired in 1994. So it's just after. Dude, Stargate SG-1 started in 1997. I was not ready to hear that. Oh. That's makes me sad. Also, Farscape started in 1999. Fuck me. Wait, did it? Seriously? I swear it was newer than that. I mean, Battlestar Galactica started in 2004. The remake, which was insanely good. God. Now I'm getting like really nostalgic for some of these. Andromeda. Oh. Remember watching the first episode of Farscape when it came out on TV? Same. Well, I remember watching it not on TV, but on the TV. I remember watching it when it came out, but it didn't come out in New Zealand for a while. Hope that's understandable what I mean. Stargate Universe. I'm so sad that that got dicked on as badly as it did. It was an interesting series, and I would have loved to see where it kept going. It was just the problem that it was a Stargate series, and no one was willing to give it a credit, because they just wanted SG-1 back, but they actually probably didn't, because SG-1's format was really outdated at the time. I can pick up the crumbs you're dropping, yeah. Star Trek The Next Generation, fucking hell, that, I remember watching a bit of that when I was a kid. God, I'm getting really nostalgic for the sci-fi that I grew up on. Also, was it Sector 7? I'm pretty sure it's Sector 7, right? The telepaths from Babylon 5? Because that's where you get that one dude that keeps turning up and he ends up being like a really cool guy. But he's also a complete asshole. And we all thought he was a complete asshole until like he did like 2 things, and then we're like, oh yo, he's actually not that bad. Because he actually cares about humanity. He doesn't care about Sector 7, which was the thing. It was like the Q Collective, and yes, the next, oh my god, yes. Dude, it's just such a cool concept, that stuff. I want more of that. Dude, it's the same reason why the replicators in Stargate were fucking awesome. In a sense. It's those, like, collective global, collective entities that are so beyond the comprehension of everything, and they're fucking coolly designed. They're just here to bring the end of the reality in the world. It's great. Can't help but love them. Those concepts are just awesome. They really are. I mean, again, that's why I say, like, while I dick on the end of SG-1, I still think the Ori were a cool concept. Right? Like, I think we can all kind of agree with that. The Ori were just such a cool idea. It's just really hard for that series to kind of keep continuing at that stage when they've lost Richard Dean Anderson. Dude, MacGyver made that series. Okay, this is the fun thing, and I think this is like what throws people off. I say that with SG1 was kind of bad once they lost Richard Dean Anderson, but I still think Stargate Atlantis was better than Stargate SG1. I'm gonna get hate for that, probably. I don't know, I think Stargate Atlantis was far better than SG1. Just by concept, by writing, by enemies that they dealt with, by all of the events that occurred in it. Because they had the cool stuff with the replicators, they had the cool stuff with the Wraith. It was all so fucking cool. I remember enjoying SG1 over Atlantis at the time. That's fair. Again, this is why I say I'm pretty sure I'm in the more minority with that statement of Atlantis being better. But I would definitely say, like, the problem I have is SG1's very dated now. It's because it was very Monster of the Week designed, which is what we all watched back in, like, 90s, early 2000s, right? We all watched Monster of the Week. We all enjoyed it. Nowadays, we kind of want a little bit more going on. Like the self-enclosed story within one episode, and it just ends, and you don't have to think about that episode ever again, technically. But Atlantis didn't do that. Atlantis actually made like really long branching storylines while still having Monster of the Week go on. And it was a lot more on the survival side of things, because unlike in Earth, where it's like, oh, we're protecting Earth, Atlantis was, we're protecting Earth, we're protecting Atlantis, and we're also trying to figure out how to fucking survive when we don't have access to Earth, which is so cool. And like following along this kind of destined path for humanity left by the ancients. And interacting a lot more with the ancients than they did with than they did in SG1. Don't get me wrong, I do miss the good old Asgard, because we don't get like any of them really in SG1 in Atlantis, sorry. But it is what it is. I mean, I still stand by. I really hope one day we can see more stuff. Monster of the Week was so important as a broadcasting tool. Yes. No, 100%. Back then, it was way, way more of a point of call to how you did everything. And a lot of people do not understand that, and they look back at these series and go, wow, they're so drivelly and so trash. It's like, but we loved that. Because you'd get up in the morning, you'd go and watch it, or you'd get up in the afternoon, or you'd stay up way later than you should be. What? And that's what you got. And the series that still do that are normally series that have the legacy power to get away with it. Like, I know South Park and a lot of those like satire sort of series, Simpsons and Family Guy, all them, they're able to get away with it still pretty cleanly because they have the legacy staying power of not needing to make more intricate storylines. And then the ones that are newer than those, that are still of that kind of concept, get away with it because they're in that same field of that satire-ness. So they can do it. If Atlantis had more of the ancient civilizations, that was interesting. Yeah, no, 100%, like, the core early story of the Stargate Atlantis storyline was finding an enemy that scared the shit out of the Atlanteans even more than the Goa'uld by a long shot. And that's the Wraith. Because the Wraith was so fucking terrifying that the Atlanteans realized we need to make it so they can never leave. And then they tried to, and they lost. Then we find later that they made an entire replicator civilization that is replicators that just copied the original ancients. So that's basically you meet the ancients from the past, but they're all replicators. And it's so cool, because then you get a fight between the humans that are in charge of the real Atlantis and the replicators that replicated Atlantis and can keep advancing with ancient technology. So you actually have them fire an ancient version of a nuke. This is so cool. Like, one of the things that the replicators did, and this just should give an idea, and it's so cool to me, they fired a Stargate at the planet that Atlantis is on. The Stargate gets into orbit, it gets to a specific point, they activate it and fire an extremely powerful laser beam at Atlantis through it. Like, I'm sorry, that's such a cool military tactic. No, it didn't exist in Stargate before that, really. The idea of creating a Stargate and sending it to be a secret weapon to get to a location that wouldn't be noticeable because it's going to be a tiny little Stargate that only needs to activate once. So good. It was near undetectable up until the last possible moment. And they can keep making ZPMs as well, I think. Is it? 0-point module. Yeah, 0-point module. ZPMs. Or ZPMs. Sorry, he's Canadian. My condolences. Oh, no. Stargate Atlantis is one of my favorite stories. Good writing, that is. Yeah, it is. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, now why are you doing this to me? Now I want to rewatch some of this shit, like, really badly. Rewatch that, rewatch, like, Battlestar Galactica, watch Babylon 5, watch... Oh, there's too much to watch. Oh. The good old days. My bad. Nah, it's fine. But goddamn, it's so like looking back at some of these shows. Don't get me wrong. We probably look at them with rose tinting and stuff. And surely there's series that come out nowadays that are equally as interesting and engaging and cool. But it's really hard to compare some of them when just like these were foundational. Babylon 5, like. I don't think anyone's ever going to go Next Generation or Babylon 5 didn't impact sci-fi on a grand scale to the general populace. I don't think anyone can disagree with those concepts. I'm not going to say that they have to agree that those shows are good, but the effect that they had to TV and cinema is beyond what people can, like, value. And it's kind of the best part of those shows. It's just looking at the impact that they had on culture in general. Oh, so good. Huge impact. Exactly. A Genshin impact. No. I hate myself for that joke. I'm sorry. It's gonna leave a Genshin impact in my skull. Dicks. C6 Bennett, goddamn. One day, I will play Genshin Impact. I'm gonna aim never to do it though. I still find it. I've talked about this before, right? Genshin Impact is a game that I've never really. I didn't appreciate when it came out because there was a lot of toxic angles that they took to the monetization. I really didn't appreciate that. They've shaped up a lot now, and a lot of things are cleaned up. But I will not deny when the Raiden Shogun came out, they got me very fucking close to playing that game. Like, holy shit, that character is amazing to me. I love that still to this day. And then I got real close with kind of wanting to play when they introduced the hydro dude that is more recent. Like the Chad dude that can float on water and fire fucking water blast, whatever. That got me close, but luckily enough, Honkai Star Rail saved my ass, and I played that instead. And now I'm currently like aggressively simping for the Fox Yakuza waifu that they have in there at the moment. Like, holy shit, I sent a message to my friend and realized, oh my god, I'm actually really down bad for this character right now. I was very much a victim of the monetization, yeah. Like, the early monetization of Genshin Impact, and look, I'm not gonna say that gacha in general is good. Gacha in general is really bad. But I do think sorry, my brain's kind of like half functioning right now. Like I do think it's improved a lot, but I think it's still got its problems. However, yeah, no, early Genshin Impact specifically was really bad, especially when it was like I compared it to Azure Lane, and I still compare most gachas to Azure Lane by the definition of the fact that I think still to this day, unless they've drastically changed, Azure Lane is probably one of the best designed gacha games out there. My bank sent you a new card out of the blue because they thought there was something wrong. yeah. My friend had that as well. But Azure Lane has some of the best monetization I've ever seen because it's more about spending on cosmetics than it is on the gacha rolls, but you could still spend on the gacha rolls. The amount of gacha rolls you could earn by like playing the game 2-3 times a day was insane. But that was kind of also my problem with Azure Lane, and I look back at this retrospectively. When I was playing Azure Lane, I was easily playing like 6 hours a day. In between like work and breaks and everything, I would fall asleep playing Azure Lane. That's not healthy. My phone would overheat and during the night waking me up because Azure Lane was still running because it was just back when it was a bit more intense on the phones and phones were incapable of that. So like I can't say that was great, but if you want a gacha game that actually treats you well, that's a great one. Because you got way too much in it, and it meant that, but it didn't, the amount of grinding you had to do still made it worth it. Like, even the high rank characters, you could grind for them. Like, there was a very solid portion of time I had over 90% of all of the ships in the game. Like, I think it was about the Neptunia event that I stopped having there because I loved the game. I kept playing. My job was taking more priority at the time. Didn't manage to get all the characters. I think I only got like 2 or 3. And then like after that, some stuff was happening and I just slowly drifted away from the game and never kind of picked it back up. I would love to pick it back up again though. But I'm sure it would. Like, I remember Bismarck was on the horizon at the time. For a ship that hadn't come to the west yet. Because I'm pretty sure their Japan server was ahead. I don't know if that's still the case though. The C servers usually are. Yeah. It's something I actually appreciate with Star Rail. Star Rail doesn't have that. Or at least I don't believe it does. But it's just the fact that we're now in an era where, realistically speaking, there's no advantages to having the C servers ahead. And ironically enough, fun little kind of tidbit, in Star Rail, I actually play on the Asia servers. Because there's no C servers. But like that's the best ping I can get, and it's still like a 200 ping. Which is a bit annoying. Like I'm sad when we don't get Oceania servers. Do you have any idea how rough it is? I still remember when like most Blizzard games didn't have Oceania options. That was rough. Dude, I still remember when League of Legends didn't have an Oceania server. And I got, like, the moment they did, I got, like, some of the highest ranks you could because everyone in Oceania was shit. Gonna say with Star Rail because it's turn-based and ping doesn't matter, so it went on. Yeah, no, like, that's the other beautiful part, right? Is that it is just a turn-based game and you can autopilot it. Like, it's got too many good things going for it. That's really great for me because I'm not even kidding. Every day I wake up and one of the first things I do is when I turn my computer on, I play some Star Rail, I grind my dailies, and then I get on with my day. It's great. It's awesome to do that, and it means that I can, during the day, if I need a bit of a break, I'll toggle on and go play some fucking, at the moment, like some Divergent Universe. Because I gotta now get the new grinding done for that. Alright. We have a function here now. Very simple. This is just gonna change the player skin. It's easy. I'm not going to really toggle around with that too much. I don't think there's too much more I can really do at this point with this. I think we've pretty much have to leave it now because anything else I do, I'm going to be fighting against the indexing problem that I mentioned. And I don't want to do too much now because also it means that it's going to fuck over some save data and I'm going to have to make a lot of like preps for resetting defaulting. Moving forward. Sorry, my voice is starting to go as well, so I might call it here. Been a solid stream. It's a lot longer than I normally would go. I say a lot longer. It was only 4 hours total. Would you mind showing me how you do the menu, like the character select? Sure, I can try. But again, the UI is the kind of the weird bit. So here's where most of it is kind of handled. There's a lot of ways to do UI. My personal suggestion, there is an incredible tutorial for this, and I think it's by Friendly Cosmonaut, which is always, I highly recommend, by the way, if you want one person to really follow along with some good stuff. Friendly Cosmonaut, she's awesome because she's done, like, they've done actual official game maker guides as well. I think they did the Asteroid one. But game maker. Let's see. Penton Burnham's also pretty solid. Spalding's pretty decent. Spalding actually has a really good system for that. And Slider's also pretty decent, but I'm trying to find Friendly Cosmonauts one, because that was a really good one. Organizing data, menus. Is this what I think it is?
Hey guys. So today's tutorial is on menus, but I also want it to be an exploration of how to go about planning any kind of...
Yeah, there we go. Okay, give me a sec, I'll share the video. There is a really good tutorial there, on menus. There's a lot others as well. Like, there's a lot of other ones. Penton Burnham's also another one that I believe has done some official Game Maker tutorials. I think they're also someone that I used to learn about the multiplayer aspect of Game Maker. But sort of Spalding's also pretty decent. I think I got a lot of core info for that. And I know Game Maker actually has an official one that they did like 2 years ago. The reason I'm saying all of this is because this one's really complex. And it starts getting like quite confusing to explain because of the way that my friend has done this. But the shorthand is you kind of want to have one object handling a lot of your UI, and you'll just have some toggles and some like switches to basically flick for all. Because that's the thing is, because of the way my friend's done it, everything you see for UI, like these, I can't remember if that actually is, but like this pause menu here, the way these options are, this is all one. This is all pretty much one, like, it's all one object that's doing a lot of this. There's some issues he has with it, but that's stuff that I know is getting reworked, as well as this UI. This UI is all still part of that one UI object. So is this. So is this. And some of this is, but that's because I've forced it into that. But that's, yeah, my manual stuff that I do. But I will say, like, I can help with more complex issues for that, but I think foundationally speaking, those sort of tutorials tend to be probably a better bet. So yeah, I'm gonna call it here though, because I am starting to lose my voice, and I kind of want to just take a rest and watch some stuff. Oh, but we got a new skin, and we got a very loose system ready for setting up skins, which will be cool. Foundational level, so that helped. Yeah, like Friendly Cosmonaut is one of my highest recommendations for foundation level. Because again, like, they're the one that did a lot of the asteroid, like, advanced tutorial as well, because that's also something I'd recommend. There's an advanced tutorial using the basic asteroids game that Game Maker Tutorials has in Game Maker, and I think it's Friendly Cosmonaut that does it. So, that's my little soft recommendation. But yeah, with that being the case though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.